I say to you, atheism is not the end, it is the very beginning of spirituality. You have shown the courage to drop the dead dogmas of the priests. But remember, you have stopped exactly halfway. You have used atheism as a cleaning tool to sweep the house of false gods, yet you leave the house empty. And an empty house without the light of meditation soon becomes a shallow pit of negativity. Do not just be a rebel against the lie, become a seeker of the truth, or you will drown in the very void you have created. Hello, my beloveds. I see you there, searching, longing, and perhaps a bit confused by the world of labels that have been forced upon you. Today, I want to talk to you about something that will shock the so-called religious people of the world. It will rattle the foundations of the cathedrals, the temples, and the mosques. My message is simple but revolutionary. The atheist is much closer to the truth, much closer to what you call God, than the believer will ever be. This may sound like a paradox. How can someone who denies God be closer to Him than someone who prays 5 times a day or kneels at an altar? But if you look deeply, if you look with eyes unclouded by tradition, you will see the immense honesty that lies within a true atheist. And you will see the deep-seated hypocrisy and fear that lies within the heart of the believer. Before we dive into this ocean of understanding, I want to invite you to be part of this journey. If these words resonate with your soul, if they stir something long dormant within you, please hit that like button. It is not just a button, it is a way to tell the universe that you are ready for the truth. And if you feel that this flame should reach more hearts, share this video. The world is drowning in lies. Let us offer them a drop of sincerity. The believer is a coward. Now don't feel offended. I am your friend, and a friend must tell you the truth, even if it hurts. The believer is someone who is afraid of the unknown. He is afraid of the dark. He is afraid of death. And he is afraid of the vast emptiness of existence. Because he is afraid, he creates a protective shield of belief. He says, I believe in God. But does he know God? Has he ever met him? No. He has only heard about him from parents, from priests, from old dusty books that have been copied and recopied for centuries. His yes is a borrowed yes. It is cheap. It costs him nothing. It is a mask to hide his ignorance. If you are finding value in this radical honesty, consider subscribing to our channel and turning on the bell icon. We are here to dismantle the lies together, and your presence in this community is a gift. The atheist, on the other hand, is a rebel. He has looked at the God presented by the religions, a God who is a puppeteer, a God who sits in the sky and judges, a God who creates hell and heaven. And he has had the courage to say, "No, this is nonsense." This no is the beginning of a true religious life. Why? Because it is honest. It is an admission of "I don't know." The believer says, "I know," without knowing. The atheist says, "I don't believe," because he hasn't found any evidence. Between a beautiful lie and a harsh truth, the atheist chooses the truth. And that choice, my friends, is the first step toward the temple of reality. I have always said that the first and the last religion is not a set of dogmas, but a state of consciousness. In my book, From Unconsciousness to Consciousness, I explain that belief is just a way to remain asleep. If you believe, you stop seeking. Why seek for something you think you already have? The believer is stuck in a spiritual stalemate, but the atheist has cleared the ground. He has demolished the old rotten house of superstition. The house is now empty. This is what Friedrich Nietzsche meant when he shouted, "God is dead." He wasn't saying that some person named God died. He was saying that the concept of God, the old way of looking at the divine as a father figure or a judge, is no longer valid. It has lost its power over the human soul. Now look at the beauty of this death of God. When the old God dies, you are left alone. For the first time, you are truly an individual. You are no longer a sheep in a flock. This aloneness is scary, yes, but it is also the only place where meditation can happen. The atheist has done half the work. He has cleaned the house. He has swept away the cobwebs of theology, but he has stopped there. He is sitting in a clean, empty, dark house, and he is shivering. He has the no, but he hasn't yet found the yes that comes from within. He has rejected the false, but he hasn't yet discovered the real. If you want to go deeper into these mysteries and support the work we are doing to wake up humanity, I invite you to click the join button on this channel. By becoming a member, you help us keep these teachings accessible to everyone. And for those who feel a deep gratitude for these insights, your contributions through super thanks are a beautiful way to keep this fire burning. We also have a collection of ebooks available in the link below that can guide you step by step through the process of moving from belief to experience. The believer is like a person who has never seen the sun but has memorized every poem written about it. He talks about the light, he describes the warmth, he argues about the sun's position in the sky, but he is living in a windowless basement. The atheist is the one who has realized that the poems are just words. He has thrown the books away. He is still in the basement, but at least he is no longer deluded. He knows he is in the dark. This awareness of darkness is the greatest opportunity. Once you know you are in the dark, you will start looking for a way out. You will start looking for a candle. This is where Zen enters. Zen is the only living truth because it doesn't ask you to believe, it asks you to see. It doesn't give you a map of heaven, it gives you a method to wake up. In the PDF, God is dead, now Zen is the only living truth, I discuss how Zen starts where the atheist stops. The atheist says there is no God. Zen says don't worry about God, just find out who is saying no. Who is this I that is denying? Go inside. The moment you go inside, you find a silence so profound, a peace so vast, that the question of God becomes irrelevant. You don't find a person called God, you find a quality called godliness. You see, the atheist is more religious because his doubt is a search for truth. Doubt is not the enemy of faith, it is the enemy of belief. True faith is what remains when all beliefs have been burnt away. If you have any questions or if you want to share your own journey from belief to doubt, please leave a comment below. I read your comments and they help me understand where you are on your path. Sharing your thoughts also helps others realize they are not alone in their rebellion. Let us look at the history of these so-called religious people. They have killed more people in the name of God than anyone else. They have burned books, they have suppressed science, they have enslaved women, all in the name of a loving God. Why? Because their belief is a fragile thing. It is a lie, and every lie needs to be protected by force. If someone doubts your lie, you become angry. If someone doubts the truth, you just smile, because the truth doesn't need your protection. It stands on its own. The atheist doesn't kill people for his no God. He might be cynical, he might be materialistic, but he is rarely a fanatic in the way a believer is. He doesn't have a holy book to defend. He is more human. And to be truly human, is the only way to become divine. You cannot jump to the sky if your feet are not firmly planted on the earth. The believer is trying to fly with paper wings. The atheist is standing on the ground, but he is afraid to look up. I am here to tell you, look up, but first make sure your feet are on the ground of honesty. Look at the simplicity of what I am saying. In Nyaya Sanket, I talk about how truth cannot be mine or yours. Truth simply is. It is like the wind. It doesn't belong to any country. It is like the rain. It doesn't belong to any religion. When a believer says, "My God," he has already missed the point. He has tried to bottle the ocean. The atheist, by saying there is no God, is at least not trying to possess the truth. He is just saying that the bottles he has seen are all empty. He is right. All the bottles are empty. The ocean is outside the bottles. My beloveds, do not be afraid of your doubts. Embrace them. If you feel like an atheist, be a total atheist. Be so intensely atheist that your atheism becomes a fire that burns everything false. In that total emptiness, something new will happen. When the mind is completely silent, when it is no longer clinging to any yes or any no, the truth reveals itself, not as a concept, but as a living experience. This is the metamorphosis. This is the transformation from a caterpillar of belief into a butterfly of awareness. As we move forward in this talk, we will explore how to take that next step from the honest no of the atheist to the ecstatic yes of the mystic. But remember, you cannot reach the second step without firmly taking the first. Honesty is the foundation. If you value this foundation, remember to share this video with your friends who are struggling with their faith. Let them know it is okay to doubt. It is more than okay, it is necessary. The believer lives in a world of shoulds and musts. He must pray. He should be good. He must follow the commandments. It is a life of tension. He is always acting. He is a performer. The atheist is more spontaneous. He lives according to his own light, however dim it may be. And spontaneity is the flavor of Zen. Zen is not a discipline. It is a celebration of your own being. It is the realization that you are not a puppet in the hands of some invisible creator, but a co-creator with the entire universe. The believer is terrified of his own freedom. He wants a master, a father figure, someone to tell him what is right and what is wrong, someone to reward him when he is a good boy and punish him when he is naughty. This is not religion. This is a nursery school. It is a psychological regression. By believing in a God who is a puppeteer, you have reduced yourself to a wooden doll. If God created you, then He can also destroy you. If He gave you life, He can take it away. You have no intrinsic value. Your value is only as a utility in the hands of a creator. Friedrich Nietzsche was one of the most misunderstood men in history. Yet he was a prophet of the modern soul. When he said God is dead, he was making a statement of immense joy, though he himself was burdened by the weight of that realization. He saw that if God exists, man cannot be free. These two cannot coexist. If there is a supreme creator who knows your past, your present, and your future, then your freedom is a fiction. You are just a character in a movie that has already been filmed. You are just following a script. Nietzsche had the guts to choose man over God. He chose the living reality of human potential over the dead weight of a celestial dictator. The atheist follows in Nietzsche's footsteps, but usually without Nietzsche's depth. The average atheist is simply a person who is fed up with the priest. He is angry, he is resentful, and his no is a reaction. But a reaction is not a revolution. If you are just reacting against the church still dominates your mind. You are still defined by what you are fighting against. To be truly closer to the divine, the atheist must move from reaction to rebellion. Reaction is a struggle with the outside. Rebellion is an internal transformation. In my vision, the atheist is like a man who has realized that the water in his cup is poisoned. He throws the water away. That is the no. But now he is thirsty. If he just sits there with an empty cup, boasting about how he is no longer drinking poison, he will die of thirst. This is the state of modern secularism. It is a state of unquenched thirst. The believer is drinking poison and calling it nectar. The atheist has thrown the poison away but has no nectar. The mystic is the one who has found the hidden spring within his own soul. He doesn't need the cup, and he certainly doesn't need the priest to tell him where the water is. When you say, "I don't believe," you have cleared the ground. This is what I call cleaning the house. The believer's house is full of junk, statues, scriptures, old traditions, superstitions, and the smell of ancient fear. It is so crowded that the owner of the house, the soul, has no place to sit. The atheist comes like a whirlwind and blows on the junk out. For a moment, there is a clean, empty space. This emptiness is what the Zen masters call the void or sunyata. But the atheist gets scared of this emptiness. He feels lonely. He feels that life has no meaning. He starts filling the house again with new junk. Political ideologies, consumerism, scientific dogmas are purely materialistic pursuits. He has traded an old superstition for a new one. To be closer to God than a believer, the atheist must have the courage to remain in that emptiness. He must not be in a hurry to fill it. If you can sit in that emptiness, if you can be comfortable in your I don't know, then a miracle happens. When the mind is truly empty of all yes and no, a new kind of presence begins to vibrate within you. This is not the God of the Bible or the Gita. This is the godliness of existence itself. It is the music of the trees, the silence of the stars, the heartbeat of the universe. The believer can never hear this music because his ears are full of the noise of his prayers. He is busy talking to God. He has no time to listen. The atheist has stopped talking, but he is still looking for proof with his logical mind. Truth is not a logical conclusion. Truth is an existential experience. You cannot prove a sunset. You can only see it. You cannot prove love. You can only be in it. The atheist is trying to find God through the head, and the head is too small for the vastness of existence. In the book From Unconsciousness to Consciousness, I explain that humanity has lived in a state of collective hypnosis for centuries. The religions have been the hypnotists. They have told you that you are a sinner, that you are unworthy, that you must repent. They have created a deep sense of guilt in you. Why? Because a guilty person is easy to manipulate. A person who feels unworthy will always look for a savior. The atheist is the first person to break the hypnosis. He says, I am not a sinner. I am not unworthy, and I don't need a savior. This is a tremendous declaration of dignity. But this dignity must not become ego. That is the trap for the atheist. The believer has a religious ego, the ego of the humble servant. The atheist often develops a rational ego, the ego of the intellectually superior. Both are walls. If you think you know that God exists, you are closed. If you think you know that God does not exist, you are also closed. The true seeker is someone who says, I am open, I don't know, and I am willing to find out. This finding out is what I call meditation. Meditation is the bridge between atheism and the divine. The atheist has reached the bridge, but he is standing there, refusing to cross, because he wants a guarantee of what is on the other side. The believer is sitting on the bank he just left, pretending he is already on the other side. I am telling you, cross the bridge. The bridge is made of silence. It is made of awareness. As you walk on this bridge, you will find that the you who started the journey begins to dissolve. The I who wanted to know God disappears. And when the I is gone, only godliness remains. The atheist is closer because he is more honest about the I. He doesn't hide his ego behind thy will be done. He owns his ego, and because he owns it, he can drop it. The believer cannot drop his ego because he has renamed it faith. He thinks his ego is his soul. This is a very dangerous delusion. It is better to be a godless person who is kind, conscious, and silent, than to be a God-fearing person who is full of judgment and inner conflict. Actually, the word God-fearing is a psychological monstrosity. If you fear God, how can you love Him? Fear and love cannot exist together. Fear creates distance. Love creates oneness. The religions have taught you to fear God so that you will follow the rules. They have made God into a celestial policeman. The atheist has fired the policeman. Now he is alone in the street. This is the moment of truth. Will he become a criminal because there is no policeman? Or will he become a light unto himself? If you only do good because you fear hell or want heaven, you are not good. You are just a businessman. You are making a deal. Your morality is a transaction. The atheist, if he is truly conscious, does good because he realizes that doing good brings peace to his own soul. He is kind because kindness is its own reward. He is honest because honesty makes him feel integrated. His morality is not commanded from above, it is a flowering from within. This is the only morality that has any value. Think about the intelligence of the atheist. He has looked at the world with all its suffering, its wars, its cancers, its injustices, and he has concluded that it cannot be the work of an all-powerful, all-merciful Creator. This is an intelligent observation. The believer has to perform all kinds of mental gymnastics to explain why a loving God allows children to starve. He comes up with karma, or mysterious ways, or testing our faith. These are all lies to protect a central lie. The atheist is more respectful of the truth. He says, I see the suffering and I see no evidence of a cosmic father. Therefore, I must take responsibility for this world myself. This shift of responsibility is the birth of the new man. In God is dead, now Zen is the only living truth. I proclaim that Zen is the only way forward, because Zen is a religionless religion. It has no God, no scriptures, no dogmas. It only has the lion's roar of your own awakening. Zen says, don't look for God in a temple. Look for the one who is looking. The atheist has already stopped looking in the temple. He is halfway there. Now he just needs to turn his gaze 180 degrees inward. The problem is that the atheist has been told that inside there is nothing. Science tells him he is just a collection of chemicals, a biological machine. He has rejected the soul along with the God of the priests. This is where he falls short. He has thrown out the baby with the bath water. The priest's soul was a fiction, yes, but your consciousness is a fact. You are not a machine. A machine cannot be aware that it is a machine. A machine cannot feel the beauty of a rose. A machine cannot wonder about the stars. The very fact that you can be an atheist, the very fact that you can doubt, proves that you are more than matter. Doubt is the most sacred faculty of the human mind. The religions have tried to kill doubt for centuries because they know that doubt is the death of belief. But doubt is the life of inquiry. The atheist is a man of inquiry. He is a scientist of the external world who hasn't yet applied his science to his internal world. If he does, he will become a Buddha. A Buddha is simply an atheist who has reached the ultimate peak of his own being. Buddha never spoke of God. When people asked him, does God exist? He remained silent. He didn't say yes because that would be a belief. He didn't say no, because that would be another belief. He simply pointed to the path of meditation. The believer is like someone who is dreaming and thinks the dream is real. The atheist is like someone who has woken up from the dream but is still keeping his eyes closed, afraid to see what is actually there. I am tapping on your shoulder, saying, open your eyes. What you will see is not a person God, but a presence God. You will see that the whole existence is a dance of energy, and you are part of that dance. There is no creator separate from the creation. The painter is the painting. The poet is the poem. The dancer is the dance. Look at your life. Are you living out of fear or out of love? If you are a believer, look closely. Isn't your God just a projection of your own desire for security? And if you are an atheist, look closely. Isn't your denial just a projection of your own intellectual pride? Drop both. Be a nothingness. Be a no mind. In that no mind, the separation between you and the universe disappears. And that disappearance is what I call the meeting with the divine. The atheist is closer because he is standing at the door of the temple of truth, while the believer is far away, worshipping the door itself, or a picture of the door, or a book about the door. The atheist has at least reached the threshold. He is standing in the cold, in the dark, but he is at the right place. One more step, a step into the silence of his own heart, and he will be inside. And once he is inside, he will laugh. He will laugh at the fact that he was looking for God, because he will see that he is God. Not the God who creates worlds, but the God who is the awareness of the world. This is the great rebellion I speak of in my books. It is not a rebellion against society or against the government. It is a rebellion against the unconsciousness of your own mind. The believer is a slave to his conditioning. The atheist has broken the chains of religious conditioning, but he is still a slave to his logical conditioning. To be a mystic, you must break all chains. You must be free from the past, free from the future, and free from the I. In the market of religions, God is the ultimate product. The priests are the salesmen. The believers are the customers. The atheist is the one who has realized that the product is a fake and has walked out of the shop. But just because the shop is selling fakes doesn't mean the real thing doesn't exist. The real thing is not for sale. It cannot be given to you by a priest. It cannot be written in a book. It can only be discovered by you in the absolute aloneness of your meditation. The atheist aloneness is his greatest asset. The believer is never alone. He always has his guard with him. But this guard is just a mental companion, a way to avoid the fear of being alone. The atheist has the courage to be alone, and it is only in absolute aloneness that the other appears. When you are truly alone, not even thinking, not even desiring, not even being an atheist, the whole universe rushes in to fill your emptiness. This is the moment when the drop falls into the ocean, or rather, when the ocean falls into the drop. So I say to you, be an atheist, but be a total atheist. Don't be a half-hearted one. Don't just deny the God of the Christians or the Hindus. Deny every concept that prevents you from seeing the reality of this moment. Deny the God of your mind so that you can find the God of your life. The believer is stuck in the then and there, in some ancient scripture or some future heaven. The atheist is often stuck in the how and why, in logical analysis. The mystic is the only one who lives in the here and now. The here and now is the only space where the divine can be felt. It is not a matter of time, it is a matter of presence. The atheist's know has cleared the debris of time. He is no longer looking for a creator who started the world 6,000 years ago. He is no longer looking for a judge who will meet him after he dies. He is here, in this body, on this earth. This earthiness is the beginning of true spirituality. I am in love with the earth. I am not an otherworldly person. I say that this earth is the only paradise and this body is the only temple. The atheist agrees with me on this. That is why I say he is closer. He loves the earth, he loves the senses, he loves the tangible. The believer is always trying to escape to some other world, neglecting this beautiful existence in the process. He is ungrateful to the life that is breathing through him right now. The atheist is more grateful, even if he doesn't know who to thank. His enjoyment of a sunset, his love for a friend, his passion for discovery, these are all forms of prayer, far more real than the chanting of mantras in a temple. But the atheist must take care. His no can become a cold, dry place. he can become a desert. A desert is clean, but nothing grows there. Meditation is the rain that turns the desert into a garden. Without meditation, atheism is just a hollow victory. You have defeated the priest, but you haven't yet found the king. The king is sitting on the throne of your own heart, waiting for you to stop fighting with the shadows outside and look within. Don't be afraid of the word God. I use it only as a poetic expression for the totality of existence. If the word God triggers you because of your past trauma with religion, drop it. Call it existence, call it the whole, call it the Tao, or call it nothingness. The name doesn't matter. What matters is the experience of being one with the whole. The believer is a part who thinks he is separate from the whole. The atheist is a part who thinks there is no whole. The mystic is the part who has realized he is the whole. The believer is a camel. Have you ever looked at a camel? It is a beast of burden, always ready to be loaded with someone else's luggage. The believer carries the weight of the Bible, the weight of the Quran, the weight of the Gita, the weight of his parents' expectations, the weight of the priest's sermons. He never asks, "Is this load mine?" He just kneels and accepts. This is a state of deep unconsciousness. The camel thinks he is very holy because his back is breaking under the weight of sacred books. But the camel can never know the joy of the desert. He only knows the pain of the burden. The atheist is the first stage of the metamorphosis into a lion. The lion is the sacred no. The lion refuses to be loaded. The lion roars, and in that roar, the whole crowd of priests and politicians trembles. The atheist has said, "I will not carry your lies anymore. I will not kneel. I will not be a beast of burden." This is a magnificent moment in the evolution of human consciousness. Without becoming a lion, you can never become a Buddha. You must first have the strength to say no to the false before you can have the capacity to say yes to the real. But there is a danger. The lion can become stuck in his roar. He can become so proud of his no that he forgets he is still in the desert. He has rejected the burden, but he hasn't yet found the oasis. To find the oasis, the lion must undergo one more transformation. He must become a child. This is the third stage. The child is a sacred yes, not the yes of the camel which is out of fear, but the yes of the child which is out of wonder, innocence, and playfulness. The atheist is closer because he has already finished the work of the lion. The believer is still a camel, thousands of miles away from the innocence of the child. In Nai Sanket, I share a story about the devil and his disciples. They were following a man who was searching for truth. Suddenly, the man found a piece of the truth. The disciples were terrified. They said to the devil, "Master, look, that man has found the truth. Now your business will be ruined. People will no longer follow us." The devil laughed and said, "Don't worry. I will go there and help him organize it. I will help him create a religion, a scripture, a church, and a priesthood. Once the truth is organized, it becomes a lie. My business is safe." This is the conspiracy of organized religion. It takes the living fire of a master and turns it into a cold, dead statue. It takes the silent experience of a mystic and turns it into a noisy doctrine. The atheist has seen through this fraud. He has realized that the God sold in the marketplace is a counterfeit. This realization is a great purification. The atheist is like a mirror that has been wiped clean of the dust of centuries. The mirror is empty, yes, but because it is empty, it has the potential to reflect the stars. The believer is a mirror covered in thick layers of paint. He cannot reflect anything. He can only repeat the patterns painted on him. You must understand that truth cannot be taught. It can only be caught. It is not a piece of information that I can give to you. It is a vibe, a radiation. In From Unconsciousness to Consciousness, I describe how when you are in a state of deep watchfulness, your presence begins to radiate. If you sit by someone who is sleeping, while you are in a state of absolute inner silence, that person will feel a touch even if you don't move. They might wake up sensing something invisible. This is the only way truth travels from heart to heart in silence. The religions have replaced this silent transmission with the noise of preaching. The atheist has stopped the noise. Now he only needs to learn how to sit in the silence. The believer's life is a constant struggle to be moral. But his morality is like a plastic flower. It looks like a flower, but it has no fragrance. It is forced. He is trying to be kind because he wants to go to heaven. He is trying to be celibate because he is afraid of hell. This is a repressed life. And whatever you repress will one day explode. This is why you see so many holy men involved in scandals. The atheist is more natural. If he is angry, he is angry. If he is greedy, he is greedy. There is an authenticity in his vice that is missing in the believer's virtue. And authenticity is the first requirement for spiritual growth. You cannot go to the light if you are hiding in a mask of goodness. You must start where you are, as you are. When Friedrich Nietzsche said God is dead, he was paving the way for Zen. Zen is the only godless religion. It is a religion of pure consciousness. In Zen, there is no one to pray to, so you are forced to meditate. There is no one to ask for forgiveness, so you are forced to be responsible. There is no supreme being to save you, so you are forced to wake up. This is the ultimate freedom. But humans are afraid of freedom. They want to be slaves. They feel comfortable in their chains. The atheist has broken the chains, but he is standing there at the prison gate, looking out at the vast sky and trembling. He is used to the walls. He is used to the ceiling. The infinite sky is too much for him. I want you to fall in love with this infinite sky. I want you to see that your no is not the end but the beginning. Don't stop at being an atheist. Use your atheism as a sharp sword to cut through all the illusions of the mind. But once the illusions are gone, put the sword down. You don't need to fight anymore. Just be. Just breathe. Feel the air entering your lungs. Feel the blood circulating in your veins. This is the only miracle. This is the only God there is. The life force that is moving through you and the trees and the stars simultaneously. The believer thinks that God is a person who created the world. This is a very childish idea. If God created the world, who created God? The question just goes back and back. It is an infinite regress. The atheist is right to reject such a silly theory. Existence was never created. It has always been here, and it will always be here. It is an eternal process of manifestation. We are waves in an eternal ocean. The wave doesn't need to believe in the ocean. The wave is the ocean. But the wave is so small and the ocean is so big that the wave feels separate. Atheism is the realization that the person you thought was the ocean is a myth. Meditation is the realization that the wave you thought was you is also a myth. Only the ocean remains. In the state of no mind, You don't find God, you find godliness. And what is godliness? It is a quality of your own being. It is a state of being so full of light, so full of love, so full of compassion that you start overflowing. This overflow is what I call Satori or Samadhi. The atheist is closer to this because he isn't filling his head with descriptions of Samadhi. He is empty handed. He is ready. The world has been divided into theists and atheists. I am neither, or I am both. I am an atheist because I don't believe in the God of the priests, and I am a theist because I know the divinity of existence. But to know that divinity, you have to be ready to die. Not a physical death, but a psychological death. You have to die to your past. You have to die to your name, your fame, your religion, your nationality. You have to become a nobody. The believer can never become a nobody. He is trying to be a somebody in the eyes of God. The atheist is more likely to accept his nothingness, and in that nothingness, the whole is found. Look at the trees. Do they belong to any religion? Look at the birds. Do they recite any scripture? The whole of nature is atheistic in the sense that it doesn't believe in a creator. It simply is. It is a celebration. My effort is to make you part of this cosmic celebration. To do that, I must first take away your crutches. Your belief is a crutch. Your atheism is also a crutch if you use it to avoid looking within. Throw away all crutches and stand on your own 2 feet. This is the meaning of the great rebellion. It is a rebellion against all that is borrowed. It is a rebellion against the dead weight of the past. It is a rebellion that leads you to your own center, and at the center you will find that there is no God sitting there on a throne. There is only a deep, vibrant silence. This silence is the source of all that is. Out of this silence, music is born. Out of this silence, love is born. Out of this silence, the universe is born. The atheist has reached the edge of this silence. The believer is still in the marketplace, arguing about the name of the silence. Don't argue. Don't debate. Don't try to prove that you are right and others are wrong. That is the way of the ego. The atheist is often very argumentative. He wants to prove that he is more scientific. But science only deals with the objective world. It cannot touch the subjective world. You can analyze a drop of water with science, but you cannot analyze the joy of seeing the rain. You can analyze the brain, but you cannot analyze the beauty of a thought. To know the subjective world, you need a different kind of science, the science of the soul, which is meditation. If you are an atheist, I congratulate you. You have done a great job of cleaning. You have kicked the priests out of your head. You have burned the old scriptures. Now the space is clear. But don't leave it empty. If you leave it empty, the old ghosts will return. They will come back in new forms, new ideologies, new addictions, new distractions. Fill that space with the light of awareness. Be so conscious that no ghost can enter. Be so present that no lie can survive. This is the transition from unconsciousness to consciousness. Most people live like sleepwalkers. They eat, they sleep, they go to work, they have children, all in a state of deep sleep. The believer is a sleepwalker who is dreaming of heaven. The atheist is a sleepwalker who is dreaming that he is awake. I am here to shake you. I am here to wake you up so that you can see that there is no need for dreams. Reality is so much more beautiful than any dream of heaven. Reality is so much more profound than any no God theory. In God is dead, now Zen is the only living truth. I invite you to join the dance of the new man. The new man is not a believer, and he is not an atheist. He is a mystic materialist. He loves the body and he knows the soul. He loves the earth and he looks at the stars. He is whole. The old religions have made you into fragments. They have set the body against the soul, the world against the spirit. They have made you into a house divided against itself. This is why you are in so much pain. This is why you feel so much tension. The atheist is trying to heal this division by denying the soul. But you cannot deny a fact by just saying no. The believer is trying to heal it by denying the body. But the body is the very foundation of your existence. Both are wrong. I say accept both. The body is the visible part of the soul, and the soul is the invisible part of the body. They are two sides of the same coin. When you accept your totality, the tension disappears. You become a Zorba the Buddha. Zorba is the one who loves the wine, the woman, and the song. He is an atheist in the sense that he lives for this world. Buddha is the one who knows the silence, the wide, and the eternal. He is the one who has reached the other shore. My vision is a synthesis of the two. I want you to be a Zorba, but with the awareness of a Buddha. I want you to be a Buddha, but with the zest for life of a Zorba. This is the goal of the new man. And for this new man, the old categories of believer and atheist are completely irrelevant. The synthesis of Zorba and Buddha is the only way to save humanity from its self-created madness. The old world was divided. You were either a materialist or a spiritualist. The materialist, the atheist, says, this body is all. Eat, drink, and be merry. The spiritualist, the believer, says, this body is a sin, a prison. Punish it so that the soul may be free. Both were half men. Both were crippled. I want you to be a whole man. And for the whole man, the honesty of the atheist is the foundation, and the silence of the Buddha is the peak. The atheist is closer to God because he has at least stopped lying to himself. To reach the peak, you must first stand on the solid ground of truth. If you start with a lie, you will reach a bigger lie. The believer starts with the lie that he knows God. The atheist starts with the truth that he doesn't. From that truth, a search can begin. But that search must go inward. In God is dead, now Zen is the only living truth. I say that the moment you know you are eternal, all weakness disappears, all inferiority disappears. The believer feels inferior before a God who is a master. The atheist feels alone in a cold universe, but the mystic knows he is the universe. The most fundamental question is not, does God exist? But who am I? The believer answers this with a borrowed script. I am a soul. I am a child of God. The atheist answers with a scientific script. I am a collection of atoms, a byproduct of evolution. Neither of them is looking at the reality. To find the answer, you must drop all scripts. You must go into a state of unknowing. This is the hardest thing for the mind. The mind wants to categorize. The mind wants to label. But the truth is labelless. When you sit in silence, what do you find? First, you find a crowd of thoughts. These thoughts are not yours. They are the voices of your parents, your teachers, your priests, your society. This is the unconsciousness I speak of. You are a victim of collective hypnosis. The atheist has rejected the God part of the hypnosis, but he is still under the spell of the reason part of the hypnosis. To be truly free, you must step out of the mind entirely. You must become a witness. As a witness, You simply watch the thoughts pass by like clouds in the sky. You don't judge them as good or bad. You don't try to stop them. You just watch. Slowly, the gap between the watcher and the watched grows. In that gap, silence is born. And in that silence, you realize something profound. You are not the thoughts, you are not the mind, you are not the body. You are the awareness in which all these things appear. This awareness has no beginning and no end. It was never created, so it can never be destroyed. This is what I call godliness. The believer can never reach this state because he is too busy projecting his desires onto the void. He wants to see Jesus or Krishna or Buddha. And because the mind is a powerful projector, he sees them. But these are just internal movies. He is hallucinating. The atheist is safer because he isn't trying to see anything. He is looking into the dark and seeing only darkness. But he doesn't realize that the one who sees the darkness is the light. In my talks compiled in Nyaya Sanket, I point out that I and mine have nothing to do with the truth. Truth is not something you possess. Truth is something that possesses you when you are not there. The believer's God is just an extension of his ego. He wants his God to protect him, to favor him, to give him a seat in heaven. It is a very selfish affair. The atheist has a smaller ego in this sense because he doesn't have a cosmic bodyguard. He is more vulnerable. And vulnerability is a door. If you are an atheist, use your vulnerability. Don't cover it up with cynicism. Don't hide behind the cold walls of logic. Logic is a good servant, but a poor master. It can tell you what is not true, but it can never tell you what is true. To know the isness of life, you need intuition. You need the heart. The believer has a sentimental heart, which is just another form of the mind. The mystic has a conscious heart, which is a reflection of the soul. Think about the concept of responsibility. In the old religious world, you were not responsible. God was responsible. If you suffered, it was His will. If you succeeded, it was His grace. You were just a leaf in the wind. This made humanity passive, dull, and stagnant. The atheist took the first step toward maturity by saying there is no God. I am responsible for my own life. This is a heavy burden, but it is the only way to grow. However, the atheist's responsibility is often full of tension because he thinks he, the ego, is the doer. He is constantly struggling against existence. The mystic reaches a higher stage where he realizes that he is not the doer, but existence is doing everything through him. This is not the passivity of the believer, it is the actionless action of Zen. It is like a hollow bamboo flute. The music is not made by the flute, but the flute must be hollow for the music to pass through. The atheist has cleaned the flute, but he hasn't yet allowed the breath of existence to blow through it. The death of God is the birth of your own divinity, but you must be ready to pay the price. The price is your ego. The atheist is halfway to paying the price because he has already given up the God projection of his ego. Now he must give up the I assertion of his ego. This is why I say the atheist is closer. He is standing at the very edge of the abyss. The believer is far back in the crowd, holding on to the priest's hand. Look at the history of science. Science is an atheistic pursuit because it doesn't assume a creator. It looks at the facts. And because of science, we have discovered the incredible laws of the universe. But science is only half of the story. It tells us how the stars move, but it cannot tell us why the heart dances. It can explain the chemistry of a tear, but it cannot explain the depth of grief or the height of joy. For that you need the science of the inward. In From Unconsciousness to Consciousness, I explain that the transition from a person to a presence is the ultimate goal. The believer is a person trying to please another person, God. The atheist is a person trying to survive in an impersonal universe. The mystic is no longer a person. He is a presence. He has dissolved into the totality. When you are a presence, you don't have a religion. You are religious. Your very breathing is a prayer. Your very walking is a pilgrimage. The believer is afraid of death because death will take away his I, and he doesn't know what will happen to his soul. The atheist is afraid of death because he thinks it is the end of everything, the big nothing. Both are afraid because they are clinging to the circumference. The mystic laughs at death. Why? Because he has already died. He has died to the ego while still in the body. He has found the center that never dies. At the center we all meet. The birds, the trees, the rivers, the mountains, everyone meets at the center. We are different on the circumference, but we are one at the center. To know this oneness is enlightenment. This is not a philosophy to be discussed. It is a reality to be lived. The atheist is closer to this reality because he isn't cluttered with theological garbage. He is clean. He just needs to be silent. If an atheist can learn to meditate, he will become a Buddha faster than any believer. The believer has to first unlearn all the nonsense he has been taught. He has to undergo a long process of de-hypnosis. The atheist is already de-hypnotized from the priest. He is Ra, and the Ra is beautiful. Don't let your atheism become a new church. Don't let it become a set of beliefs about no God. Let it be an open inquiry. Be like a scientist in a laboratory. The laboratory is your own body-mind complex. The experiment is meditation. The result is freedom. A freedom not from something, but a freedom that is your very nature. The religions have taught you that you are a sinner. This is the most poisonous idea ever injected into the human mind. It makes you feel guilty. It makes you hate yourself. And when you hate yourself, you cannot love anyone else. The atheist has rejected this sin business, and for that he should be celebrated. You are not a sinner. You may be unconscious. You may be moving in the dark, but you are not a sinner. You are a potential Buddha. You are a seed. The believer is a seed that is trying to grow by praying to the sun. The atheist is a seed that has realized the sun exists but is afraid to break its cell. Meditation is the moisture and the warmth that allows the seed to break and the sprout to reach for the light. When the old God dies, the sky becomes empty. For a while, this emptiness is haunting. People feel existential angst. They feel that life is absurd. This is where the atheist often gets stuck. He sees the absurdity of the old way, but he doesn't see the beauty of the new way. Absurdity is just the gap between two meanings. The old meaning is gone. The new meaning, your own being, has not yet been discovered. Don't be afraid of this gap. Stay in it. Be patient. Zen is the art of staying in that gap without getting restless. It is the art of sitting quietly, doing nothing, and the grass grows by itself. The atheist is too much of a doer. He wants to fix the world. He wants to prove his theories. He wants to achieve something. But the ultimate truth cannot be achieved. It can only be received. and you can only receive it when you are totally still. My beloveds, look at the moon. It doesn't try to reflect the sun. It is just there, empty and silent. And the reflection happens. Be like the moon. Let your no to the false god be so complete that you become empty. In that emptiness, the light of the real God, which is your own consciousness, will reflect naturally. The believer is like a man who is carrying a lamp that is not lit. He talks about the light, but he is still in the dark. The atheist is a man who has realized the lamp is not lit and has thrown it away. He is also in the dark, but at least he is not carrying a useless burden. I am here to give you the match. The match is your own awareness. Strike it, and the lamp of your own soul will burn with a flame that no wind can blow out. In the next part of our journey, I will show you how to strike that match. I will show you how the honest no of the atheist is the first spark of the ultimate yes. We will explore how to turn your rebellion into a celebration, and how to find the living truth that Nietzsche could only glimpse from a distance. Stay with me, not as a follower, but as a fellow traveler. We are going into the heart of the mystery. The mystery is not something to be solved, it is something to be lived, something to be tasted, something to be breathed. And since I mentioned the word breathe, let us look at it. To the believer, breath is just a biological function given by God. To the atheist, it is a physiological necessity of the organism. But to the mystic, the breath is the bridge between the visible and the invisible. It is the thread that connects you to the whole. When you sit in silence as an atheist who has cleared the mind of all God junk, you can finally feel the breath for the first time. You are not just breathing air, you are breathing existence. In my book From Unconsciousness to Consciousness, I describe an experiment. Sit by someone who is sleeping and simply watch yourself. Don't do anything. Don't pray. Don't repeat a mantra. Just be a silent, watchful presence. Your watchfulness starts radiating. It becomes a vibe, a set of rays that go out from your center. You will see that the person who is sleeping will suddenly stir. They might wake up or turn over, sensing that something invisible has touched them. This touch is the reality of consciousness. The atheist is closer to this experience because he is not trying to label it as the Holy Spirit or divine grace. He just sees it as a fact of nature. And that factualness is the doorway to the ultimate. The believer is always looking for the supernatural. He wants miracles. He wants walking on water. He wants voices from the sky. In his search for the supernatural, he misses the miraculous nature of the natural. The fact that a seed becomes a flower is a miracle. The fact that you are conscious right now, able to hear my voice and understand these words, is the greatest miracle in the universe. The atheist, by staying grounded in the natural world, is actually standing in the middle of a million miracles. He just needs to sharpen his awareness to see them. He doesn't need to look for another world. He needs to look deeper into this world. In Nyaya Sanket, I speak about how nothing in this universe is actually dead. Even a rock has its own kind of consciousness, its own silent heartbeat. The idea of matter is a fiction of the mind. There is only energy, and energy is alive. When the atheist says there is only matter, he is actually saying there is only this tangible, vibrant energy. He is rejecting the ghost of God, but he is standing on the living body of existence. The believer, by calling the world illusion or Maya, is insulting the only reality we have. The atheist is more respectful. He says, this is it, this earth, this body, this moment. I agree with him. This is it. There is nothing else. But this is much more than what the atheist thinks it is. The transition from an honest no to a silent yes happens through the process of witnessing. I want to guide you into this golden path. It is a path that goes inwards. The center you reach when you go deep into your own silence is not just your center, it is the center of the whole existence. At the center we all meet. On the circumference we are different. On the circumference, one is a man, another is a woman, one is an atheist, another is a believer, one is a sinner, another is a saint. But at the center, these distinctions vanish. We are one. The atheist's honesty about his nothingness makes it easier for him to reach this center. The believer is too busy protecting his identity as a child of God to ever let go and sink into the center. The death of God that Nietzsche spoke about was a necessary stage of human evolution. It was the death of the outer authority. For thousands of years, man lived under the shadow of a cosmic boss. Nietzsche saw that as long as that boss existed, man would remain a slave, a camel. The atheist is the one who has killed the boss. He is now the master of his own house. But being the master of your own house is a great responsibility. It means you can no longer blame God for your misery. You can no longer ask God for a shortcut to happiness. You are on your own. This being on your own is what I call aloneness. And aloneness is the highest peak of religiousness. Most people are afraid of being alone, so they create God as a companion, or they create a belief to fill the void. The atheist is more courageous. He accepts the aloneness, but he doesn't yet know that this aloneness is not loneliness. Loneliness is the absence of the other. Aloneness is the presence of the self. When you are alone and conscious, you are for the first time truly together with yourself. And when you are together with yourself, you are together with the whole. Look at the trees. They are atheists. They don't go to any church. They don't have any concept of a creator. They just grow, they flower, they dance in the wind. They are in a state of constant yes to existence. The atheist is closer to the tree than the believer is. The believer is a no-sayer to life because he is always waiting for a better life after death. He is a proponer of joy. He says, I will be happy when I reach heaven. The atheist says, I want to be happy now, but I don't know how. At least he is focused on the now. My work is to show the atheist how. And the how is very simple. Stop fighting. Stop fighting with your mind. Stop fighting with your desires. Stop fighting with the world. Just watch. This watchfulness is the lion's roar. When you watch your mind, the mind becomes quiet. It's like a thief who enters a house and sees that the owner is awake, sitting there with a candle. The thief doesn't try to rob the house, he simply leaves. Your thoughts are like those thieves. They only rob you when you are asleep. When you are an awake atheist, the thoughts begin to disappear. And when the thoughts are gone, what remains? This is the point where the atheist and the mystic meet. What remains is a pure, unclouded consciousness. What remains is a silence so thick you can almost touch it. This silence is not empty, it is full. It is full of a music that has no sound. It is full of a light that has no source. The believer would call this God. I call it Zen. Zen simply means the living truth. It is not a truth found in a book. It is a truth found in your very pulse. The believer is like a person who is trying to find a treasure by following a map that was drawn by someone who never saw the treasure. The atheist is a person who has realized the map is a fake and has torn it up. He is lost, yes, but being lost is the first requirement for being found. If you think you know where you are, you will never move. If you know you are lost, you will start looking. The atheist is a seeker who has rejected the false answers. Now he is ready for the real experience. In God is dead, now Zen is the only living truth. I explain the 3 steps of enlightenment. First, the Buddha comes behind you as a presence. You feel it. It surrounds you. It is an energy field. This energy field changes your behavior. It gives you a new sense of direction. It gives you a spontaneity that the believer can never have. The believer is always calculating. Is this allowed? Is this a sin? The Buddha presence gives you a love for life that is not based on any commandment. You love because you are love. On the second step, the Buddha comes in front of you. You become the shadow. This is the moment of great ego dissolution. The atheist I begins to melt. You realize that your small ego was just a wave, and the vast Buddha nature is the ocean. You are no longer the doer, you are the instrument. On the third step, the shadow withers away. You are no longer there. Only the Buddha remains. And what is the Buddha? The Buddha is your eternity, your truth, your beauty, your godliness. The atheist is closer to this because he has already done the clearing. He has removed the obstacles of belief. A believer has to first remove Jesus, then God, then the Bible, and then finally his own ego. The atheist only has to remove his own ego. He is 3 steps ahead. He just needs to be humble enough to realize that his no is not the end of the road. The world needs a new kind of dindarlak. A dindarlak that is based on doubt, not on faith. Faith is blind. Doubt is the eyes of the soul. I say to you, doubt everything. Doubt me. Doubt the scriptures. Doubt your own mind. In that total doubt, only the doubter remains. And you cannot doubt the doubler. You cannot doubt your own awareness. That awareness is the rock on which the temple of Zen is built. The believer is a fragmented being. He has a sacred part of his life and a profane part. He goes to church on Sunday and is a greedy businessman on Monday. His life is a series of compartments. The atheist is more integrated. He doesn't have a guard to hide his greed from. He is what he is. This integrity is the first step toward holiness. To be holy means to be whole. The atheist is more likely to become whole because he isn't trying to live a double life. I want you to experience the kosku, the ecstasy of being alive without any reason. The believer needs a reason to be happy. He is saved. He is blessed. The atheist needs a reason to be happy. He has succeeded. He has won. I want you to be happy for no reason at all. Just because the sun is rising, just because the birds are singing, just because you can breathe. This reasonless joy is the true sign of a religious man. And the atheist is closer to this because he is not waiting for a reward in the afterlife. He knows this is his only chance. Let this only chance become your meditation. Don't waste it in intellectual debates. Don't waste it in trying to prove that God doesn't exist. Who cares? Whether he exists or not is irrelevant to your inner peace. Your inner peace depends on your awareness. The atheist has the honesty to look at the world as it is, without the rosy glasses of theology. He sees the pain, the suffering, and the death. This realism is very helpful. If you see that life is fleeting, if you see that death can come at any moment, you will not waste your time in trivialities. You will become intense. And intensity is the key to transformation. The believer is lukewarm. He thinks he is safe because he has a membership in a church. He is not intense. He is bored. He recites his prayers with a yawn. The atheist, if he is a true rebel, is a fire. He is burning with questions. He is burning with a desire to know the truth. I love that fire. I want to fan that fire until it consumes the atheist and only the truth remains. In the market of religions, people are selling peace of mind. But you cannot have peace of mind. Mind is tension. Mind is a constant state of either or, this or that. You can only have peace from the mind. The atheist is trying to find peace through the mind, through logic. He will fail. But in that failure, he might realize the necessity of going beyond the mind. The believer doesn't even know he has to go beyond the mind. He thinks his sacred thoughts are the goal. So, my beloveds, don't be afraid to be called an atheist. It is a beautiful word. It means you are a man of integrity. It means you are a man of courage. It means you have refused to accept a borrowed God. But don't let it be your final destination. Let it be a clearing in the forest. You have cut down the trees of superstition. Now the sun can reach the ground. Now you can plant the seeds of meditation. The new man I am talking about is a sacred atheist. He is a man who denies the God of the sky so that he can discover the God of his own soul. He is a man who denies the heaven of the future so that he can create a heaven on earth right now. He is a man who is so full of gratitude for the gift of life that his whole existence becomes a dance. He doesn't thank a creator, he simply is thankful. His thankfulness is an energy, a radiation. Look at the flowers again. They don't say thank you, God. They just release their fragrance. That fragrance is their thankfulness. The atheist's fragrance is his honesty, his intelligence, and his commitment to the truth. If he can add the fragrance of silence to it, he will be the most beautiful flowering of human consciousness the world has ever seen. The old world is dying. The old God is dead. The old religions are just stinking corpses. Don't cling to them. And don't just stand there mocking them. Walk away. Walk into the fresh air of Zen. Walk into the unknown. The unknown is the only place where the divine can be found. The known is the mind. The unknown is the soul. The atheist has reached the edge of the known. He is looking into the abyss of the unknown. I say to you, jump. The abyss is not a hole, it is the sky. And you have wings. You just don't know it yet because you have been crawling for so long. Believe me, or rather, don't believe me, experience it. Your no has given you the strength to stand. Now let your silence give you the strength to fly. The believer will stay on the ground, kneeling. The atheist is standing. The mystic is flying. I want you to be a mystic. But to be a mystic, you must have the firm legs of an atheist. You must have that uncompromising honesty that says, I will not accept anything that is not my own experience. This evening, let us sit for a few moments in that atheistic silence. Let us sit without any gods, without any prayer, without any mind. Just be. Just listen to the sounds of existence. Listen to the wind. Listen to the silent hum of your own body. This is the only scripture you will ever need. This is the only temple you will ever need to visit. At the center of this silence, you will find that the atheist was just a name for a seeker who was too honest to settle for a lie. And in that honesty, the truth reveals itself. The journey continues. It never ends. It is an eternal pilgrimage from the known to the unknown and from the unknown to the unknowable. The atheist has taken the first step. The mystic has taken the second. The third step is when the traveler disappears and only the path remains. This brings us to a very delicate point, perhaps the most important point of our entire discourse. When I say the atheist is closer, I am not merely being provocative. I am describing a structural reality of the human mind. You see, the mind of a believer is like a room filled with furniture, ancient, dusty, broken furniture that has been handed down for generations. There is no space to move, no space to breathe, and certainly no space for a guest to arrive. The believer is so occupied with arranging his furniture, polishing his idols, and reciting his old scripts that he cannot see the vastness of the sky outside his window. The atheist, through his rebellion, has done something miraculous. He has thrown all the furniture out. He has looked at the puppeteer God, the God who pulls the strings of destiny, the God who rewards and punishes, and he has realized that this is a projection of human ego and fear. In my talks on God is dead, now Zen is the only living truth, I make it clear that this puppeteer must die for the human spirit to be born. As long as you believe someone else is responsible for your life, you will remain a slave. The atheist has declared his independence. He has cleared the room. But clearing the room is only the beginning. An empty room is a great opportunity, but it can also be a source of immense anxiety. This is where most atheists stop. They stand in the middle of their empty room and say, "There is nothing here. Life is meaningless. I am just a biological accident." They have the honesty to reject the false, but they lack the methodology to discover the real. They have the no, but they are terrified of the yes that requires no belief. I want you to understand the wasteland of Zen. In the Zen tradition, there is a story of Sekito and Segun. Segun asked Sekito where he came from, and Sekito said he came from Sokei. Segun held up a whisk and asked, "Did you find this over there?" Sekito replied, "No, not only was it not over there, but it was also not in the Westland. This is a profound statement. What they are discussing is the nature of truth. Truth is not something you find in a specific place, not in a temple, not in a book, and not even in a specific philosophy called atheism. If you reach the truth as if it were a destination, you haven't reached it at all. The atheist is closer because he has realized that the whisk, the truth, the divine is not over there. He has stopped looking at the horizon for a savior. Now he only needs to look at the one who is looking. He needs to realize that the room is not empty in a negative sense. It is full of space. And space is the most vital element of existence. Without space, the stars cannot exist. Without space, you cannot exist. This sunya, this nothingness, is the very womb of the divine. The believer is like a man who is so afraid of the empty room that he fills it with ghosts and calls them gods. He would rather live with a terrifying ghost than with a vast emptiness. The atheist is a man who has looked the ghost in the eye and said, "You are a lie." The ghost disappears and the emptiness remains. This emptiness is what I call godliness. It is not a person, it is a presence. It is the silence that follows a great piece of music. It is the stillness at the center of a cyclone. In From Unconsciousness to Consciousness, I explain that the human journey is a movement from the collective to the individual. The believer is part of a collective. He belongs to a flock. He feels safe as long as he is surrounded by other sheep. The atheist has stepped out of the flock. He is a lone wolf. This is a higher state of evolution. To be an individual is to be indivisible. It means you are no longer fragmented. The believer is fragmented. One part of him wants to sin, another part wants to go to heaven. He is in a constant civil war. The atheist has ended the war by firing the commander-in-chief. But don't let your individualism become an egoism. That is the pitfall. The atheist often replaces the God projection with an I projection. He says, God is dead, therefore I am the master. But who is this I? If you look deeply into your own consciousness, you will find that the I is just as much of a fiction as the God you rejected. The I is just a label we give to a bundle of memories and desires. When the atheist realizes that both God and the ego are fictions, he becomes a Buddha. This is the great rebellion. It is not a rebellion against a specific religion. It is a rebellion against the very structure of the dreaming mind. The dreamer thinks the dream is real. The believer thinks his dream of heaven is real. The atheist thinks his dream of a materialist, accidental universe is real. Both are still dreaming. I am here to wake you up, and I am telling you the atheist is closer to waking up because his dream is less crowded. He is sleeping in a clean room. A small shake and he might open his eyes. The believer is in a room full of noise, bells and chanting. It is much harder to wake him up. In my book Naye Sanket, I talk about the new signs of a religious life. One of the most important signs is living in the unknown. The believer wants everything to be known. He wants a map of the afterlife. He wants to know exactly what God wants from him. He wants the security of a plan. The atheist has accepted that there is no plan, but he is often bitter about it. He feels cheated by the universe. He sees the unknown as a threat. The mystic, the Zorba the Buddha, sees the unknown as a celebration. The fact that life has no pre-written script means you are free to dance. It means you are free to create. It means every moment is a fresh beginning. If there were a God with a plan, you would be nothing more than a character in a bad novel. Because there is no God and no plan. You are the author of your own life. This is the greatest gift of atheism, but only the mystic knows how to unwrap it. Look at your logic. You use logic to deny God, and you are right. Logic can easily prove that the God of the religions is an absurdity. But have you ever tried to use logic on your own love? Have you ever tried to use logic on the beauty of a rose? Logic will fail there too. Does that mean love is not real? Does that mean beauty is a lie? No, it simply means that there are dimensions of existence that are beyond the reach of the intellect. The atheist's mistake is thinking that the intellect is the only tool for knowing reality. I want to give you a new tool, no mind. This is the tool of Zen. It is a state where you are fully aware, fully present, but the intellect is at rest. It is like a mirror. A mirror doesn't think about the flower in front of it. It simply reflects it. When you are in a state of no mind, you don't think about God. You don't deny God. You simply reflect the isness of existence. And in that reflection, you find a kashku, an ecstasy that is far beyond anything a believer could ever imagine. The believer is lukewarm, as I said. He is a Sunday Christian or a Friday Muslim. His religion is a social habit. The atheist at his best is an intense seeker. He is a man who is willing to be unpopular, willing to be an outcast for the sake of his honesty. This intensity is what I love. I don't care about your beliefs or your non-beliefs. I care about your fire. If you are a cold atheist, you are no better than a cold believer. But if you are a burning atheist, you are very close to the explosion that is enlightenment. Consider the 3 steps of the Buddha that are discussed in God is Dead. The first step is when the Buddha comes behind you as a presence. For an atheist, this happens when he starts to feel that life is more than just matter. Even if he cannot name it, he starts to feel a certain grace in his own honesty. He starts to feel a new morality that is not based on fear, but on his own sensitivity. He doesn't need a commandment to be kind. His own clarity makes it impossible to be cruel. The second step is when the Buddha comes in front of you. You become the shadow. This is when the atheist realizes that his intellectual pride is a barrier. He begins to see that the universe is vast and mysterious, and he is just a tiny temporary form. He stops asserting himself. He becomes humble. Not the forced humility of the believer, but the natural humility of a man who has seen the stars. The third step is when your shadow withers away. You are no more, only the Buddha remains. At this point, the atheist has disappeared, and the God he was denying has also disappeared. Only the truth remains. And that truth is not your truth. It is the truth of the whole. This is the oneness that I speak of. At the center we all meet. The atheist who has reached this center realizes that he was never separate from the divine. He was only separate from the concept of the divine. From unconsciousness to consciousness, I share the experiment of watching. This is the most scientific way to explore the soul. If you are an atheist, you should love this. It is an experiment you can do in your own laboratory. Sit silently and watch your breath. Watch the thoughts. Watch the sensations. Don't believe me. Test it for yourself. You will find that as the observer becomes more stable, the observed begins to lose its power. The world becomes less solid, and the awareness becomes more real. This is the ultimate rebellion. To realize that the external world is just a screen, and you are the light that makes the movie possible. The believer thinks the movie is a divine production. The atheist thinks the movie is a random accident. The mystic knows he is the light. Most people live in a state of reaction. They are either reacting for religion or against it. Both are still tied to the same post. I want you to be actional. To be actional means to act from your own center, not as a reaction to someone else. The atheist is often just a reaction to the priest. If the priest disappeared, the atheist would have nothing to say. He is dependent on his enemy. A true rebel is not dependent. He has found his own light and he walks by it, whether the priest is there or not. This is the meaning of God is dead. Now Zen is the only living truth. God represents the dead past, the borrowed knowledge, the external authority. Zen represents the living present, the personal experience, the internal authority. The atheist is halfway there because he has rejected the dead. Now he must have the courage to embrace the living. The living truth is not a destination. It is a way of walking. It is a way of breathing. It is a way of being in the world. When you are a Zorba the Buddha, you are an atheist in the sense that you enjoy the world of matter, the food, the music, the love, with total intensity. You don't call it sinful. But you are also a Buddha because you are not attached to it. You know that you are the witness, not the possessor. The believer is always possessive. He wants to possess God. He wants to possess the truth. The atheist is often possessive of his reason. He says, my logic is the only way. Both are closed. The new man is open. He is like a house with all the windows and doors open. The wind can blow through, the sun can shine in, but nothing is kept. In Naya Sanket, I say that truth is not a thought. Thought is always about the known. You can only think about what you already know. But life is the unknown. Therefore, thought can never catch life. The atheist is trying to catch the ocean of life in the net of his logic. He gets a few fish, but he misses the ocean. The mystic jumps into the ocean. He doesn't catch it, he becomes it. I want you to be that jump. Don't be afraid of the nothingness. People think that nothing means zero. In Zen, nothing means no thing. It means you are not a thing, you are a no-thingness. You are an open space. And that open space is where the divine dance happens. The atheist has created the space by denying the false things called gods. Now let the space be occupied by the dance. The believer's life is a duty. The atheist's life is often a struggle. I want your life to be a play. This is the concept of Leela. The universe is not a business, it is a play. There is no goal, no purpose, no divine plan that needs to be fulfilled. It is just an overflow of energy. When you realize this, all the tension of being an atheist or a believer disappears. You become a child again. You play with the stars, you play with the flowers, you play with your own consciousness. The atheist is closer to this playfulness because he has already rejected the serious God. The God of the religions is a very serious fellow. He never laughs. Have you ever seen a statue of God laughing? No. He is always judging, always heavy. By rejecting this heavy God, the atheist has taken a step toward light-heartedness. But he has often replaced the serious God with a serious science or a serious logic. He is still heavy. I want you to be light. I want you to be godless and eyeless. When you are both godless and eyeless, who remains? That who is the mystery. That who is the truth. That who is the silence that I am pointing towards. The atheist is like a man who has reached the shore and realized that the boat he was told would take him to heaven is a paper boat. He has stepped out of the boat. He is standing on the wet sand alone. The believer is still in the paper boat, praying that it won't sink. I am standing there on the shore with the atheist saying, look, you don't need a boat. You have legs. You can walk into the mountains. You can explore the forest. The shore is not the end, it is the beginning. Don't be a static atheist. Be a dynamic seeker. Let your denial of the false be the fuel for your discovery of the real. The God is dead proclamation is not a funeral, it is a birth announcement. It is the birth of the human being who is no longer a child, no longer a slave, but a partner in the cosmic dance. The believer is ungrateful because he thinks everything is owed to him by his Creator. The atheist is often ungrateful because he thinks everything is just a lucky accident. The mystic is the only one who is truly grateful. His gratitude is not directed toward a person, but it is an overflow of his own being. He is grateful for the very fact of existence. This gratitude is the highest form of prayer. And the atheist is closer to this because he doesn't have a middleman. He is in direct contact with the reality, even if he hasn't yet realized its divinity. So, my beloveds, let us move from the dead god of the priests to the living Zen of the Buddhas. Let us move from the unconsciousness of belief and reaction to the consciousness of witnessing and celebration. The atheist has done the dirty work of cleaning the house. Now let us light the lamp and invite the music. This evening is a magical evening. It is an evening of transformation. If you can understand even a single word of what I am saying, your life will never be the same again. You will no longer be an atheist who is against God, and you will no longer be a believer who is for God. You will be a light unto yourself. You will be the truth. And remember, the truth is not something to be proven, it is something to be lived. The atheist is more likely to live it because he is not distracted by fantasies. He is here now in this body, on this earth. That is the only place where the truth can be found. Stay in this here and now. Don't let your mind wander into the what-ifs of theology or the whys of logic. Just be. Be like the trees, be like the rivers, be like the silence of the night. In that being, the whole mystery is revealed. The atheist has reached the gate. I am here to tell him the gate is not locked. It never was. You just had to stop carrying the heavy luggage of belief to see the handle. Open the door and come in. The celebration has already started. The music is playing, and there is a place for you in the dance. You don't need a ticket. You don't need a confession. You just need your own presence. The gate is open because the walls were always an illusion created by your fear. You see, the believer is so afraid of the wind that he builds walls of dogma and calls them the truth. The atheist has realized that the walls are made of cardboard and has kicked them down. But now he is standing in the middle of a vast, trackless wilderness. He is free, but his freedom is heavy. He feels the weight of the stars. He feels the silence of the infinite. This is where the atheist becomes truly spiritual, not by turning back to the walls, but by walking deeper into the wilderness. In the book From Unconsciousness to Consciousness, I describe how this movement from the crowd to the wilderness is the essential evolution of the soul. The crowd gives you a false sense of warmth, a collective security. The believer is part of the crowd. The atheist is the one who has dared to be alone. And aloneness is the only temple. When you are alone, you are for the first time unhypnotized. The society, the church, the state, they are all hypnotists. They want you to be a useful member, a good citizen, a faithful follower. They don't want you to be a Buddha. A Buddha is useless to the society because he cannot be manipulated. And atheist is the first step toward that unmanipulability. Let us look closer at the nature of this nothingness that the atheist finds. To the analytical mind, nothing is just the absence of something. But to the meditative heart, nothingness is a presence. It is like the silence in this room. Is the silence just the absence of noise? No. The silence is something positive. It has a quality, a texture, a weight. When you sit in silence, you are not just sitting in the absence of talk. You are sitting in the presence of the eternal. The atheist has the honesty to recognize the silence, but he doesn't yet know how to taste it. He thinks it's just an empty space. In Nyaya Sanket, I point out that thoughts are always fragments. Thought can only analyze. And analysis means breaking things into pieces. If you want to understand a flower through thought, you will tear its petals apart. You will look at its chemistry. You will analyze its DNA. You will have all the facts, but you will have lost the flower, the beauty, the fragrance. The life of the flower cannot be analyzed. They are wholes. The believer tries to grasp the whole through a fairy tale. The atheist tries to grasp the whole through a microscope. Both miss the point. The mystic simply sits with the flower. He becomes the flower. This becoming is the secret. It is not an intellectual achievement. The atheist's logic is a sharp knife. It is very good for cutting away the weeds of superstition. It is very good for exposing the lies of the priest. But you cannot eat with a knife alone. You need the spoon of the heart, the nourishment of the soul. The atheist is standing in a garden he has just weeded, but he hasn't planted any seeds. He is proud of his clean soil, but he is hungry. I say to the atheist, your work of weeding is beautiful, but now let the rain of meditation fall. Let the seeds of awareness sprout. Think about the vibe I mentioned. When you are an atheist, you are still living in the object. You are looking at the world out there and saying, I don't see any God. But have you looked at the one who is looking? Have you felt the rays of your own consciousness? When you watch yourself, when you become a witness to your own breath, your own thoughts, your own heartbeat, you start to vibrate at a different frequency. This is not God in the sense of a person. It is godliness as an energy field. I have often said that the only way to know the truth is to be it. You cannot know the truth from the outside. The atheist is like a scientist who is studying the chemistry of water but has never tasted it. He knows H2O. He knows the boiling point. He knows the molecular structure. But he doesn't know the coolness of the water on a thirsty throat. He doesn't know the joy of jumping into a mountain stream. The believer is like a man who is dreaming of water while dying of thirst in a desert. He describes the water, he prays for the water, but he is still dry. The mystic is the one who drinks. Why is the atheist closer? Because he is not deluded by the dream. He knows he is thirsty. He knows the desert is real. He has looked at the holy books and seen that they are just descriptions of someone else's water. He has thrown them away. Now he is standing in the heat of the sun, honest and raw. This honesty is the most religious quality a human being can have. Honesty means, I will not accept any substitute for the truth. If I am thirsty, I will not be satisfied with a prayer. If I am in the dark, I will not be satisfied with a candle made of words. The atheist is a man of this world. He loves the tangible, the visible, the measurable. And I tell you, this world is the only door to the other world. The other world is not somewhere else. It is the inner dimension of this world. When you look at a tree, the atheist sees the wood, the leaves, the sap. He is right. But if he looks deeper, with a silent mind, he will see that the tree is a prayer, a silent longing for the sun. He will see that the tree is an explosion of green energy. He will see that there is no tree, but only treeing, a process, a dance. This seeing is the beginning of the divine. The believer is an otherworldly person. He neglects the tree because he is looking for a golden tree in a distant heaven. He neglects the woman he loves because he is looking for an apsara or a huri in the afterlife. He is ungrateful to the reality that is here. The atheist is more grateful because he values this life. He values his body. He values the earth. And it is only through the love of the earth that you can find the sky. It is only through the love of the body that you can find the soul. In God is dead, now Zen is the only living truth. I proclaim that Zen is the religion of the future, because it is a religion without a God. It is the only religion that an atheist can practice without compromising his integrity. Zen doesn't ask you to believe in anything. It asks you to experiment with your own consciousness. It is the subjective science. Just as objective science explores the stars and atoms, Zen explores the watcher. If you are an atheist, you are a scientist. But you are a half scientist. You have explored the known and you are exploring the unknown. But you haven't yet explored the unknowable. The unknowable is not just what we haven't discovered yet. It is that which by its very nature cannot be reduced to a formula. Love is unknowable. Silence is unknowable. Death is unknowable. The atheist tries to reduce these things to biology or psychology. He tries to explain them away. But an explanation is not an experience. You can explain the how of a tear, but you cannot explain the why of the grief. I want the atheist to move from explanation to exclamation. I want him to look at the universe and say, wow, this wow is the highest prayer. It is not addressed to anyone. It is just an overflow of wonder. The believer has lost his wonder because he thinks he has the answer. God made it, finished. The mystery is killed by the answer. The atheist has rejected the answer, so the mystery is back. But he is afraid of it. He wants to find a new scientific answer. I say, don't look for answers. Live the question. Stay in the wonder. In the 18,000 days of my life as a teacher, I have tried only one thing, to take away your answers. I want to leave you in a state of unknowing, because only in unknowing are you innocent. Only in unknowing can the inner zero be felt. The believer is full of junk. The atheist is empty of junk. But this emptiness must become a fullness of emptiness. This is what the Zen masters call the great void. It is like the sky. It contains everything, but it is not attached to anything. The atheists know is a great surgery. It has cut out the cancer of belief. But after the surgery, the patient needs to heal. The healing comes through meditation. Meditation is the process of becoming whole again. In Nyaya Sanket, I say that the old man was a man of faith. The modern man is a man of reason. The new man will be a man of meditation. Reason is better than faith, but meditation is higher than reason. Faith is like being in a prison and believing there is a sky. Reason is like looking through a small window at the sky. Meditation is like stepping out of the prison into the sky. The atheist has reached the window. He has broken the bars of the cell. He is looking out. He sees the vastness, and it is beautiful, but it is also terrifying. He sees that there is no one to catch him if he falls. He sees that there is no safety net of providence. He sees that he is absolutely responsible for his own joy and his own sorrow. This realization can lead to two things: either despair, which is what people like Jean-Paul Sartre felt, or ecstasy, which is what I feel. Despair comes if you think that the lack of a purpose means life is meaningless. Ecstasy comes when you realize that because there is no given purpose, you are free to be a creator. Meaning is not something you find in a book. It is something you create through your living. If you love, life has meaning. If you create music, life has meaning. If you sit in silence and feel the pulse of the universe, life has meaning. The atheist is closer to this creativity because he knows there is no script to follow. He is the author. The believer is an actor playing a role assigned by a priest. He is never original. He is a carbon copy. The atheist is original. He is a first-hand human being. And only the original can reach the origin. The origin is what we call the divine. It is the source from which everything arises and to which everything returns. The atheist is standing at the source, but he is looking away from it toward the world of objects. I am tapping him on the shoulder and saying, "Turn around." The one who is looking for the source is the source. Most people are reactionaries. The believer is a reaction to his fear. The atheist is a reaction to the believer. I want you to be rebels. A rebel is not a reactionary. A rebel has no enemy. He simply sees the falsity of the old and walks away from it. He doesn't fight it. He outgrows it. To fight something is to remain on its level. If you are fighting with a priest, you are on the priest's level. You are using his language, his logic, his battlefield. The mystic simply laughs and walks into the sunrise. The atheist's integrity is like a mirror that has been cleaned of dust, but the mirror is still looking at the garbage in the street. I want the mirror to look at the sun. Not the sun in the sky, but the inner sun. In From Unconsciousness to Consciousness, I explain that the transition from a person to a presence is like the transition from a solid to a liquid and then to a gas. The believer is solid, frozen in his dogmas. The atheist is liquid. He has melted the dogmas. He is flowing. He is changing. The mystic is gaseous. He has disappeared into the air. He is everywhere and nowhere. Look at your life as an atheist. You have courage. You have intelligence. You have honesty. These are the three pillars of the temple of Zen. You are already in the courtyard. Why are you stopping there? Is it because you are afraid that if you go deeper you will find God? Don't worry. You will not find the God you rejected. You will not find a bearded man on a throne. You will find something much more dangerous. You will find yourself. And when you find yourself, the whole universe disappears as an other and becomes me. This meanness of the universe is what I call love. Love is not a relationship, it is a state of being. The believer cannot love because he is too busy being pious. The atheist is more likely to love because he is more human, but his love is often limited to a few people. I want his love to become a vibe that touches the trees, the rocks, and the stars. I want him to feel the same touch I feel when I look at a sunset. It is not my sunset, I am part of the sunset. The death of God was not a tragedy, it was a homecoming. It was the end of the cosmic parent so that the human adult could be born. But the human adult must not become a human machine. That is the threat of modern atheism. By reducing everything to physics and chemistry, the atheist is killing the spirit of life. He is turning the world into a factory. I say to the atheist, keep your physics, keep your chemistry, but don't forget the musician. The music is not in the strings of the violin, it is in the soul of the player. The strings are the matter, but the music is the spirit. The new man will be a sacred materialist. He will love the body because the body is the temple of the soul. He will love the earth because the earth is the womb of consciousness. He will be an atheist in his rejection of the old gods, but he will be a mystic in his celebration of the living truth. He will be a Zorba the Buddha. Zorba loves the wine, the dance, and the sun. He is an atheist. He says, this is the only life. Let us live it. I love Zorba. But Zorba is missing something. He is missing the center. He is all circumference. When the party is over, he is sad. When the wine is gone, he is lonely. Buddha has the center. He has the silence that no noise can disturb. But Buddha is missing the circumference. He is too silent, too still. He doesn't dance. My vision is a Zorba who can dance, and a Buddha who can sit in silence simultaneously. A man who can enjoy the marketplace and the mountain top. A man who can be a materialist in his science and a spiritualist in his silence. The atheist is the perfect candidate for this synthesis because he has already mastered the Zorba part. He just needs to add the Buddha part. The believer can never do this because he is afraid of both Zorba and Buddha. He is afraid of Zorba's passion and Buddha's silence. He lives in a lukewarm middle ground of respectability. Respectability is the death of the soul. The atheist is often disreputable, and I love him for it. It means he has the guts to be himself. He doesn't care what the moral majority thinks. This rebellious spirit is the very essence of Zen. Zen is not for the respectable. It is for the lions. It is for those who are willing to stand alone against the whole world. The atheist has stood alone against the priest. Now he must stand alone against his own mind. The mind is the inner priest. It is the mind that tells you this is possible, that is impossible. It is the mind that creates the boundaries of logic. But life is illogical. Life is a paradox. You are born and you die. Where did you come from? Where are you going? Logic has no answer. The atheist's logic is a small lantern in a vast forest. It shows you the next 2 steps, but it cannot show you the whole forest. To see the whole forest, you must become the light. In Nyaya Sanket, I say that truth is not a thought, because thought is always of the known. You can only think about what you already know. If you are thinking about God, you are thinking about a concept of God that you learned from someone else. It is not the real God. The real truth is unknown and unknowable. It can only be felt in a state of no thought. The atheist has cleared the thoughts of God. Now he just needs to clear the thought of the thinker. When the thinker disappears, who remains? This is the ultimate question of Zen. This is the lion's roar. When you look into your own center and find no ego, no I, no me, only a vast luminous silence, you have arrived. You have reached the wasteland that Sekito and Sagan were talking about. And you will realize that the whisk, the truth, was not in Soke, and it was not in the wasteland. It was the one who was looking all along. The atheist is closer because his no has brought him to the door of this silence. The believer is still miles away, shouting yes to a shadow. I want you to stop shouting. I want you to stop denying. I want you to stop affirming. I want you to just be. In that just being, the whole mystery of existence is revealed. You will see that there was never any God separate from you. You will see that the whole idea of a creator and a creation was a misunderstanding. There is only creative energy manifesting in a billion forms. You are one of those forms. You are a self-conscious form of the universe. The universe is trying to look at itself through your eyes. It is trying to hear its own music through your ears. It is trying to know its own beauty through your mind. When you are an atheist, you are a clean mirror for the universe. But when you are a mystic, you are the universe looking at itself. This is the transition from unconsciousness to consciousness. The believer is unconscious of his own divinity. The atheist is conscious of his own independence, but unconscious of his own universality. The mystic is conscious of everything. He is the awakened one. He is the Buddha. My beloveds, don't be satisfied with being an atheist. It is a good beginning, but it is a poor end. Use your atheism as a fire to burn all the lies. But once the lies are gone, don't let the fire die out. Let it become a light. Let it become a sound. Let it become a dance. The world is waiting for a new Dindarlak. A Dindarlak that does not divide but unites. A Dindarlak that does not look at the sky but looks at the presence. The atheist has the honesty. The believer has the longing, though it is misplaced, and the mystic has the experience. I want to take the honesty of the atheist and the longing of the believer and transform them into the experience of the mystic. This is my work. This is the reason I am speaking to you. Not to give you a new belief, but to give you a new vision. Look at the world today. It is torn apart by religions. My God is better than your God. My book is the only truth. This is the madness of the believer. The atheist is the only one who can end this madness. If the world becomes atheistic in the sense of rejecting these ego gods, the wars will stop, the hatred will stop, the division will stop. But for the world to be truly peaceful, it must also become meditative. Atheism can stop the war, but only meditation can bring the joy. I see a future where there are no Christians, no Hindus, no Muslims, only meditators. I see a future where people are so honest that they don't need a God to tell them to be good. They are good because it feels beautiful to be good. They are kind because it feels ecstatic to be kind. This is the new humanity. And the atheist is the pioneer of this new humanity. He is the scout who has gone ahead and found that the old maps are wrong. Now the rest of the army must follow, but they must follow with music, not with guns. They must follow with silence, not with arguments. They must follow with love, not with logic. The atheist has shown us what is not true. Now let us discover what is true. The truth is this moment, this breath, this silence. In this silence, I can feel you. I can feel your longing. I can feel your doubts. I can feel your potential. You are not atheists or believers to me. You are seeds. And my only interest is in helping you to flower. The believer is a seed that is trying to grow in a dry book. The atheist is a seed that is sitting on a rock, proud of its hardness. I am the rain, I am the soil, I am the sun. I am not here to tell you how to grow. I am here to provide the atmosphere in which growth happens. If you can be raw, honest, and silent, you will flower. And your flower will not be a Christian flower or an atheist flower. It will be a human flower. It will be a divine flower. Let your no to the priest be the first step. Let your yes to existence be the last step. And in between, let there be a dance. This is the great rebellion. This is the only way to be closer to the living truth than any believer has ever been. The believer is at the bottom of the mountain, looking at a picture of the peak. The atheist is halfway up, having realized the picture was a fake. I am at the peak, calling to you, keep walking. The view from here is incredible. There is no God here, and that is why it is so divine. This godless divinity is the only one worth having, because it is not something you believe in, it is something you are. The believer is like a man who is constantly looking at a photo of a feast while he is starving. The atheist is the man who has realized the photo is just paper and has thrown it away. Now his hunger is real, his search is real, and for the first time he is capable of finding the actual kitchen. And the kitchen is not in some distant heaven, it is right here, in the very core of your own existence. This core is what I call the innermost zero. In From Unconsciousness to Consciousness, I speak about the pull of this innermost zero. It is like a magnet. Once the atheist has cleared the noise of the marketplace, the chanting of the priests, the shouting of the politicians, the constant thou selves of society, he begins to feel this pull. It is a silent pull. It doesn't use words, it uses silence. The atheist's honesty has made him sensitive enough to feel it. The believer is too cluttered to feel the pull. He is like a radio that is tuned to 100 stations at once. He only hears static. The atheist has turned the radio off. Now, in the sudden silence, he can hear the heartbeat of the universe. This heartbeat is what I call Amrit, the nectar of immortality. In Nyaya Sanket, I say that nothing in this universe is actually dead. Death is an optical illusion created by the mind's tendency to analyze. The mind sees the wave and says, the wave is born, and then it sees the wave subside and says, the wave is dead. But the ocean never said anything was born or dead. The ocean just is. The atheist has realized that the God who supposedly created the wave is a myth. Now he must realize that the death that supposedly ends the wave is also a myth. There is only life, pulsating, vibrating, eternal life. When the atheist looks at a rock, he sees matter. When the mystic looks at the same rock, he sees silent consciousness. Both are looking at the same reality, but the mystic is looking with eyes that have been washed in meditation. The atheist's matter is just a label for something he doesn't yet understand. If he looks deeply into his own matter, his own body, he will find that it is made of the same stardust as the galaxies. He will find that his very cells are dancing to a rhythm that is ancient and timeless. This matter is divine. There is no need for a separate God to make it holy. Existence itself is the ultimate holiness. The new man I am describing is someone who takes this atheistic earthiness and elevates it to a sacred ecstasy. You don't need to leave the world to find the truth. You don't need to go to a monastery or a cave. You can find it in the middle of the marketplace. You can be a Zorba in your work, in your love, in your play, enjoying the wine of life with total intensity. But you can be a Buddha in your awareness, sitting inside your body as a silent observer, untouched by the chaos. This is the synthesis. This is the great rebellion. against the old fragmented way of living. Why do I say the atheist is closer? Because he is a man of thisness. He doesn't say then and there, he says here and now. And the divine can only be found in the here and now. The here and now is the only door. The believer is always trying to climb over the wall to get into the garden. The atheist is standing at the door, but he is afraid to turn the handle because he was told there is no garden. I am telling you, there is a garden. But it is not the garden you were told about. It is not a place with golden streets and angels playing harps. It is a state of consciousness where every moment is a flowering. The atheist's doubt is the most powerful tool for this flowering. Use it. Doubt your sadness. Doubt your anxiety. Doubt your feeling of meaninglessness. Ask yourself, who is the one who feels meaningless? In that inquiry, the me begins to dissolve. And when the me dissolves, meaning arrives not as a concept, but as a fragrance. You don't have a meaning, you are the meaning. The atheist is closer to God because he has rejected the fake God of the ego. The believer's God is just his own ego magnified to a cosmic scale. He wants his God to be the biggest, the most powerful, the truest. It is a competition. The atheist has opted out of the competition. He has surrendered the idea of a higher power that favors him. In that surrender, there is a hidden humility, and in that humility, the real God, the divinity of the whole, can finally be felt. Look at your life as an atheist. You are often more moral than the God-fearing person. Why? Because your morality is not a deal you are making with a judge. You are kind because you see that kindness makes the world a better place to live. You are honest because you value your own integrity. This is a morality of intelligence. The believer has a morality of fear. And fear can never lead to truth. Only intelligence, coupled with the courage to be alone, can lead to the ultimate. The atheist is like a man who has reached the end of the forest. He has left the dark trees of superstition behind. He is standing in the open meadow under the vast sky. He is alone. The sun is shining. He is free. This is the moment to sit down. This is the moment to be silent. This is the moment to let the vibe of the universe touch you. You don't need to name it. You don't need to worship it. You just need to let it be. In Nyaya Sanket, I say that truth is not something to be known, but something to be lived. The believer knows a lie. The atheist doesn't know the truth. The mystic lives the truth. I want you to move from not knowing to living. And for that, you don't need to change your label. You don't need to become a theist. You just need to become aware. Be an aware atheist. Be a meditative rebel. This is the only way to save the world from the madness of organized religions. If everyone could have the honesty of the atheist and the silence of the mystic, the world would be a paradise. There would be no more holy wars, because there would be no more holy dogmas. There would be only holy life. We would respect each other not because a book told us to, but because we would see the same life force dancing in every pair of eyes. The atheist has cleared the path. He has removed the boulders of theology. Now the path is smooth. But don't just stand there. Walk. Walk into the center of your own being. Walk until the walker disappears. Walk until there is no atheist and no God, only the dancing energy that we call existence. This dancing energy is the only living truth. It is the only Zen. It is the only religion that is not a prison. It is the religion of freedom, of laughter, and of total presence. The atheist is standing at the very threshold of this temple. One more step, a step from the head to the heart, from logic to love, from no to silence, and he is home. And once you are home, you will see the cosmic joke. You will see that you were looking for the truth as if it were something separate from you. You will see that you were looking for God as if He were a person somewhere else. You will laugh at your own atheism and your own theism. You will see that there was only ever this magnificent, eternal, silent, and ecstatic moment. The lion's roar of the atheist is the sound of the chains breaking. The silent smile of the Buddha is the joy of being free. I want you to have both. I want you to roar like a lion against the lies, and then smile like a Buddha in the truth. This is the goal. This is the synthesis. This is the new man. Stay in this vibration. Let it sink into your bones. Let it become your very breath. You are not a sinner. You are not an accident, and you are not a slave. You are a manifestation of the ultimate mystery. And the atheist, through his uncompromising honesty, has finally become worthy of that mystery. This innermost zero is not a cemetery, it is a womb. And the atheist, by clearing away the tombstones of dead gods, has finally made it possible for something alive to be born. But the birth requires a certain let go. You see, the atheist's pride is his last chain. He is proud of his logic, proud of his no, proud of his defiance. I want to tell you, your no was necessary to break the prison, but it is not enough to walk the path. To walk the path, you must become as humble as a blade of grass. You must become a receiver. In the first volume of my talks, From Unconsciousness to Consciousness, I speak about the radiation of being. When you are truly silent, not the silence of a stone, but the silence of a flame, you begin to affect the world around you in a way that no logic can explain. This is the vibe I was talking about. If you sit in total watchfulness, you are no longer a separate island. Your boundaries begin to melt. The atheist thinks he is a separate individual because he has rejected the super parent God. He has become an orphan. And the orphan is always defensive, always building walls around his ego to survive. I want to transform the orphan into the universe. The believer thinks he is a child of God, which is a beautiful but false security. The atheist thinks he is a lonely accident in a cold universe, which is a courageous but painful reality. The mystic realizes that there is no I and there is no other. The universe is breathing through you. When you breathe in, the universe is breathing into you. When you breathe out, you are breathing into the universe. It is a constant dialogue. The atheist's honesty about the no God is the perfect preparation for this no self. If there is no God out there, then there is no reason for an I to be in here, to defend itself against him. Both are two ends of the same pole. In Nyaya Sanket, I share the secret of Amrit, immortality. The atheist is often terrified of death because he thinks that when the body dies, the I dies. And since there is no God to catch him, he will be lost forever. He is right that the I dies, but he is wrong that existence dies. If you can watch your own death with the same detachment as you watch a sunset, you will see that only the container is breaking. The content, the consciousness, is eternal. It is the ocean that remains when the wave subsides. The atheist has rejected the God of the wave. Now he must discover the ocean of the being. This discovery is a subjective science. Why do I call it subjective science? Because it follows the same rules as objective science: observation, experimentation, and verification. In objective science, you observe the stars. In subjective science, you observe the observer. The atheist is a born scientist who has been looking in the wrong direction. He has been looking through the telescope and the microscope, but he has forgotten to look at the eye that is behind the lens. Zen is the science of the eye. It is the science of the source. The new man must be a scientist of both the outer and the inner. He must be an atheist in his rejection of superstition, but a mystic in his embrace of the mystery. He must be a Zorba the Buddha. Zorba is the foundation, the earth, the body, the senses, the wine, the dance. Buddha is the peak, the sky, the soul, the silence, the meditation. Without Zorba, Buddha is a ghost, bloodless, pale and dry. Without Buddha, Zorba is a beast, unconscious, accidental, and short-lived. Together, they create a whole human being. And the atheist is closer to this wholeness because he at least accepts the Zorba, he accepts the body, he accepts the reality of the senses. He just needs to add the dimension of the watcher. Let us look at the responsibility that comes with this atheistic freedom. If there is no God, you are totally responsible for your own suffering. This is a hard pill to swallow. The believer can blame his karma or God's will. The atheist has to look in the mirror and say, I am the creator of my own hell. But the beauty of this is, if you are the creator of your own hell, you are also the creator of your own heaven. You don't have to wait for anyone's permission. You don't have to repent to anyone. You just have to wake up. In my book, God is Dead, Now Zen is the only living truth, I explain that Zen is the only living truth because it doesn't give you a truth to believe in. It gives you a situation to be in. It gives you a silence to taste. The atheist is closer to this silence because he isn't filling it with the noise of his theology. He is empty-minded, and empty-mindedness is the first requirement for no mind. The believer is full-minded, full of the Bible, full of the Vedas, full of the Quran. He is so full of words that he cannot hear the wordless music of existence. Look at the trees again. They are atheists in their rejection of dogma, but they are mystics in their surrender to the light. They don't ask why. They don't ask where are we going. They just are. This isness is the ultimate reality. The atheist has cleared the path to this isness. He has stopped asking why, because he has seen that the answers given by the priests are all lies. Now he only needs to stop asking why, because he has seen that the question itself is a product of the mind. Life has no why. It is a purposeless celebration. When you realize that life has no purpose, you are truly free. Purpose is a cage. Purpose means you are going somewhere. Purpose means the now is just a means to an end. The atheist's realization of a purposeless universe is a great spiritual insight, but he usually interprets it as meaninglessness. I interpret it as play. If life has no purpose, it is a dance. You don't dance to get to the other side of the room. You dance for the sake of the dance itself. You don't listen to music to get to the end of the symphony. You listen to the music while it is playing. The atheist is standing on the dance floor, but he is refusing to dance because there is no goal. I am telling you, the dance is the goal. The death of God is the end of the cosmic business. Religion has been a business for centuries. Do this, get that, avoid this, go to heaven. The atheist has declared bankruptcy on that business. He has walked out of the store. Now he is in the streets. This is where the real life is. In the streets, in the dust, in the sunshine. My work is to help you realize that you don't need to buy the truth. You are the truth. The atheist is closer to this realization because he is no longer looking for a seller. In Naya Sanket, I speak about the new science of the spiritual man. One of those signs is a deep sense of humor. Have you ever noticed that the God-fearing people are very serious? They never laugh. They think laughter is profane. I say that laughter is the most sacred prayer. If you can laugh at yourself, you are close to the divine. The atheist is often more humorous because he has seen the absurdity of the religious circus. But he must learn to laugh not just with cynicism, but with joy. He must learn to laugh because existence is so incredibly mysterious and unpredictable. Think about the watcher again. The atheist uses his observation to study the world. I want him to use that same observation to study his own atheism. Who is the one who says, I don't believe? Who is the one who is thinking this logic? If you watch the thinker disappears. And when the thinker disappears, you are no longer an atheist, and you are no longer a theist. You are just a watching presence. In that presence, the whole universe is reflected. This is the state of Satori, a sudden glimpse of the real. For the atheist, Satori is more likely to happen because he is not expecting it. He is not looking for it. He is empty, and the empty is always filled by the divine. The believer is so full of his expectations of God that even if God appeared, he wouldn't recognize him. He would say, "Wait, you don't look like the picture in my book. You are wearing the wrong clothes." The atheist is a clean mirror. He has no pictures. He is ready to reflect whatever is there. My beloveds, let your atheism be a sacred fire. Let it burn everything that is borrowed. Let it burn your knowledge. Let it burn your ego. In that fire only the truth will remain, because the truth is that which cannot be burned. The believer is afraid of the fire because his truth is made of paper. Your truth, if you are an honest atheist, is made of your own experience, and your experience cannot be taken away from you. As we move toward the final stages of our journey today, I want you to feel the weight of this silence. It is not the silence of the graveyard. It is the silence of the mountain peak. It is cold, it is thin, but it is pure. The atheist has the courage to climb to this peak. He has left the warm, crowded valleys of belief. Now he is standing alone under the stars. This aloneness is his enlightenment. He just doesn't know it yet because he is still looking for a God to congratulate him. Stop looking for the gods and look at the stars. Look at the aloneness. It is beautiful. It is enough. In the final part of our talk, we will seal this understanding. We will see how the no of the atheist and the yes of the child become the one of the Buddha. We will see how your rebellion against the dead gods of the past is the only way to find the living truth of the present. Stay with me. We are almost home. The home is not a place, it is a state of being. And the atheist, through his uncompromising honesty, has already found the key. Now he just needs to turn it. The turning of the key is the shift from logic to love. Not the sentimental love of the believer, but the conscious love of the mystic. This love is a radiation. It is the vibe that touches the trees and the rocks. It is the realization that I am the whole. When the atheist says there is no God, he is half right. He should say there is only godliness and I am part of it. But to say that, he must first drop the I. This evening, let your I melt. Let your atheism melt. Let your logic melt. In this melting, what remains is the living truth. What remains is the Zen that Nietzsche could only dream of. What remains is the Amrit that is beyond life and death. You are that. Tattvam Asi. You are the truth you have been looking for. This realization that you are the truth is not a destination you reach. It is a recognition of where you have always been. In the Zen tradition, there is a beautiful encounter between Segan and Sekito that illustrates this perfectly. When Sekito first met Segan, the master asked him, "Where do you come from?" Sekito replied, "I come from Soke." Now, Soke was the place where the great master Enno lived. Segan, testing him, held up a whisk, a simple object used to brush away flies, and asked, "Did you find this over there?" Sekito replied, "No, not only was it not over there, but it was also not in the West Land. Think about the depth of this no." The West Land usually refers to India, the birthplace of Buddha, the land of the ultimate truth. Sekito is saying that the truth is not there and it is not here as an object. It is not something that can be found in Soke or even in the legendary West Land. Segan then asked, "You reached the West Land, didn't you?" And Sekito replied, "If I had reached it, I could have found it." This is the atheistic honesty at its highest peak. Sekito is saying, if the truth were an object, a thing to be reached, then I could have found it. But because it is the very seer, because it is the subject, there is no way to reach it. You can only be it. The atheist is closer to this because he has already given up the search for the whisk in the sky. He has stopped looking for a God object. He is standing in the not finding. And in Zen, not finding is the ultimate finding. When you stop looking for the truth as something outside of yourself, you are forced to fall back into your own center. This falling back is the most revolutionary act a human being can perform. The believer can never do it because he is convinced the whisk is in heaven. The atheist is standing in the empty space where the whisk used to be. In God is dead, now Zen is the only living truth. I explain that Sigan told Sekito, not yet enough, speak further. This is what existence is saying to the atheist. Your no God is a good start, but it is not enough. You have cleared the ground, but you haven't yet felt the pull of the innermost zero. You are still standing on the circumference, looking at the empty center. I want you to jump into that center. The atheist's logic tells him that the center is nothing. And he is right. But he doesn't know what nothing means. He thinks it means zero in the mathematical sense, the absence of value. I tell you, nothing is no thingness. It is a state where all things have disappeared, but being remains. It is like the space in a room. You can take the furniture out, you can take the people out, you can even pump the air out, but you cannot take the space out. The space is the only thing that is truly eternal. The atheist has taken the furniture, the gods, out of his mind. Now he must realize that the space that is left is his true soul. In From Unconsciousness to Consciousness, I described the pull of the zero. It is like a black hole in the center of your being. It is scary because it threatens to swallow your ego. The believer protects himself from this pull by reciting prayers and clinging to his identity. The atheist is more exposed. He has no protection. He feels the angst, the boredom, the nausea of existence. These are all signs that he is close to the center. If he can just stop running away into intellectual distractions, he will be swallowed by the zero. And to be swallowed by the zero is to become the whole. Look at the experiment of watching again. When you watch a thought, where does the thought come from? It arises out of the silence. It stays for a moment on the screen of your consciousness, and then it disappears back into the silence. The silence is the source and the goal. The atheist has focused on the no thoughts, but he hasn't yet realized the silence. He is still caught in the content, even if the content is just no. I want you to focus on the container. The container of your life is pure awareness. This awareness is not atheistic or theistic. It is just a light. If a thief enters a room, the light shines on the thief. If a saint enters the room, the light shines on the saint. The light doesn't judge, it doesn't choose. The atheist's light is currently shining on the death of God. That is fine. but let the light also shine on itself. Let the light realize, I am the one who sees the death of gods. I am the one who sees the emptiness of the temple. Who am I? This who am I is the sword of Zen. It is sharper than the logic of the atheist. Logic can prove that the Bible is a myth, but it cannot answer who is the one who knows the myth. The atheist has used his sword to cut the external idols. Now he must use it to cut the internal idol, the ego. The ego is the I that says, I am an atheist. If you can cut this I, then what remains? What remains is the Buddha nature. In Nyaya Sanket, I emphasize that truth is not a theory. A theory is a fragment. The truth is the whole. And you can only know the whole by being whole. The atheist is fragmented because he has rejected the spirit and kept only the matter. The believer is fragmented because he has rejected the body and kept only the soul. Both are living in half-truths. A half-truth is more dangerous than a lie because it feels like the truth. I want you to be a whole man. I want you to be a materialist mystic. Being a materialist mystic means you accept the laws of physics. You accept the reality of the body. You accept the findings of science. That is your atheism. But you also accept the silence of the heart, the ecstasy of the soul, the eternity of consciousness. That is your mysticism. There is no conflict between the two. The conflict only exists in the minds of the priests and the professors. For the new man, they are two wings of the same bird. The atheist is closer because his wing of reason is strong. He has used it to fly away from the cage of religion. Now he just needs to grow the wing of intuition. Intuition is not against reason, it is beyond reason. Reason is like a candle in a dark room. It shows you the walls. Intuition is like the sun. It shows you the whole landscape. The atheist is standing in the dark room with his candle, saying there is no sun. I am saying, look through the window. The window is your meditation. The new humanity I envision will not be built on faith, and it will not be built on cynicism. It will be built on experience. In the world of the future, religion will mean meditation, and God will mean ecstasy. The atheist is the pioneer of this world because he has already cleared the debris. He has already said no to the past Now he just needs to say yes to the present. Think about the spontaneity of a child. A child doesn't believe in the wind, he feels it. He doesn't believe in his mother's love, he is nourished by it. He is in a state of pre-atheism and pre-theism. He is just being. The atheist is an adult who has realized the fairy tales are false. That is a necessary stage of growth. But he must not stay there. He must undergo a second childhood. He must move from calculated logic to spontaneous being. This spontaneous being is the essence of Zen. It is the actionless action. It is the way the flowers bloom. They don't have a committee to decide when to open. They don't have a guard to give them a command. They just bloom. The atheist has the potential for this blooming because he is no longer trying to follow a moral code given by a priest. He is free to find his own morality, his own rhythm. But this freedom requires awareness. Without awareness, freedom becomes licentiousness. It becomes chaos. The atheist often falls into the trap of mindless indulgence because he thinks if there is no God, everything is permitted. This was the fear of Dostoevsky. But I say, if there is no God, everything is not permitted, because you are now responsible. When there was a God, you could sin and then ask for forgiveness. Now there is no one to forgive you. You have to live with the consequences of your own actions. This makes the atheist more moral than the believer, provided he is conscious. In God is Dead, I describe the golden path of the inward journey. It is a path of intensity. The atheist is already intense in his denial. I want him to turn that intensity toward his own isness. Sit silently. Don't think about no God. Just feel your own presence. Feel the touch of the air on your skin. Feel the vibration of the silence around you. This is the godliness that is closer to you than your own breath. The believer is looking for God in the great above. The atheist is looking for truth in the great without. I am showing you the great within. And the within is not inside the body in a physical sense. It is the dimension of the subject. It is the watcher. The watcher is not an atheist and he is not a believer. He is just a witness. When you become a witness, the world of objects remains, but it no longer has power over you. The world of beliefs remains, but it no longer confuses you. You are like a lotus flower in the water. You are in the water, but you are not of the water. The atheist has reached the water. He has rejected the mirage of the dry land. Now he must become the lotus. The living truth of Zen is not a conclusion you reach through an argument. It is a satori, a sudden aha moment. It happens when the mind is tired of logic and simply stops. In that stopping, the gap appears, and in that gap, the truth shines. The atheist is closer to this stopping because he has already exhausted the religious logic. He has seen its futility. He is now exhausting scientific logic. When he sees its limitations, he will be ready for the jump. Don't be afraid to be uncertain. The believer's certainty is a lie. The atheist's uncertainty is the beginning of wisdom. To be uncertain means to be open. To be open means to be available. If you are available, the whole universe starts pouring its music into you. You don't need to prove anything. You just need to listen. The death of God is the end of the noise. Now the music can begin. But you must be very quiet to hear it. The atheist is currently noisy with his no. He is still arguing with the ghost of the priest. I am saying the priest is gone. The ghost is gone. Stop arguing. Put down your sword. Sit under a tree. Let the silence of the innermost zero pull you. In the next part, I will show you how to allow this pull to take you home. We will talk about the final dissolution of the seeker into the sought. We will see how the atheist's integrity becomes the Buddha's compassion. We are nearing the end of our words, but the journey of silence is eternal. This brings us, my beloveds, to the ultimate peak of our journey. We have traveled through the dark forests of belief. We have crossed the cold, crystalline mountains of atheistic logic, and now we stand at the precipice of the infinite. This is the final part of our sharing. But remember, in the world of the spirit, there is no such thing as an end. Every end is just a new beginning, a higher octave of existence. We have established why the atheist is closer, because he has the courage to stand in the vacuum. He has the integrity to refuse the junk food of the soul provided by the priests. But now the question remains, what do you do with this vacuum? If you are an honest atheist, you are like a scientist who has cleared his lab of all wrong theories. The lab is empty. The equipment is ready. Now the experiment of meditation must begin. If you do not experiment, your atheism will eventually become a burden, a stale ism, just like the theism you rejected. I want to speak to you now about the transition from the no to the silence. This is the most delicate metamorphosis. The believer says yes out of fear. The atheist says no out of honesty. The mystic says nothing, he is the yes. But this mystic yes is not the opposite of no. It is a yes that includes everything. It is a yes to the rose and a yes to the thorn. It is a yes to life and a yes to death. In the book God is Dead, now Zen is the only living truth, I share the final realization of the seeker. When you realize that the puppeteer is dead, you are not left as a puppet without strings. You are transformed into the energy itself. You are the dance. The believer is trying to please the dancer. The atheist is denying the dancer. The mystic is the dancing. Can you feel the difference? When you are the dancing, there is no separation. There is no judge. There is only the flow. If you have followed me this far, if your heart is beating faster as you hear these words, it means you are ready to be more than just a viewer. You are ready to be a participant. I invite you to hit that like button right now, not for me, but as a commitment to your own awakening. Share this video with those you know who are stuck in the no of atheism or the yes of belief. Let them know there is a third way. And if you haven't yet, subscribe to this channel. This is our virtual Gautam the Buddha auditorium, where we gather to dismantle the old and invite the new. To those of you who feel a deep resonance with this rebellion, I invite you to click the join button on this channel. Our channel members are the pillars of this work, helping us to spread these teachings to the farthest corners of the earth. If you have been touched by these insights, your contribution through super thanks is a beautiful way to show your gratitude and ensure that this fire continues to burn for others. And for those who want the instruction manual for this internal revolution, our ebooks are available in the link below. They are the maps for the trackless wilderness we are exploring together. Now let us dive into the living truth of Zen. The story of Sekito and Segan concludes with a profound silence. When Segan told Sekito Not yet enough. Speak further. He was challenging him to move beyond the intellect. Sekito's response was, "You should also speak from your side. How is it you urge only me?" This is a master stroke. Sekito is saying that the truth is a shared silence. It is not something one person gives to another. It is a vibe that exists between two empty spaces. The atheist is closer to this because he is already an empty space. He just needs to stop being defensive about it. He needs to move from the great rebellion to the great surrender. Surrender not to a God, but to the totality. Surrender to the fact that you are part of an infinite mystery that cannot be measured by logic. In Nyaya Sanket, I say that the old man was a man of faith, the modern man is a man of reason, but the new man will be a man of meditation. Reason is like a small candle in a dark forest. It shows you the next 2 steps, but it cannot show you the whole forest. The atheist is standing in the forest with his candle, laughing at the believer who is sitting in the dark, describing a sun he has never seen. I am telling the atheist, your candle is good. It has brought you this far, but now put the candle out. In the sudden darkness, your eyes will adjust. You will begin to see that the whole forest is alive. You will begin to feel the presence of the stars. You will realize that the sun is not a concept, but your own inner light. The new man is Zorba the Buddha. This is my ultimate contribution to human consciousness. The atheist is a Zorba. He loves the earth, he loves the wine, he loves the dance. He is honest about his desires. He doesn't hide behind a mask of holiness. This is the foundation. You cannot be a Buddha if you are not first a Zorba. You cannot reach the sky if your feet are not firmly on the ground. But Zorba is not enough. Zorba is a body without a soul. Buddha is a soul without a body. Zorba is an atheist. Buddha is a mystic. When Zorba and Buddha meet, a miracle happens. The wine becomes a sacrament. The dance becomes a meditation. The love becomes a prayer. The atheist who learns to meditate becomes the most beautiful flowering of existence. He has the strength of the lion and the innocence of the child. This is what Nietzsche meant by the overman or the superman. He is not a man of power over others. He is a man of power over his own unconsciousness. In From Unconsciousness to Consciousness, I explain the pull of the innermost zero. This zero is the center of your cyclone. The world is a cyclone of change, birth, death, success, failure. The believer is trying to stop the cyclone by praying. The atheist is trying to analyze the cyclone with his logic. Both are being tossed around by the wind. The mystic finds the center, the zero, where there is absolute stillness. From that stillness, you can watch the cyclone. You can enjoy the dance of the wind without being lost in it. This zero is what the atheist calls nothingness. But as I have told you, it is a full nothingness. It is the womb from which all stars are born. It is the Amrit, the deathless nectar. When you reach this center, you realize that you were never born and you will never die. The body was born, the body will die. The mind was born, the mind will die. But the awareness that is watching the body and the mind is eternal. This is the ultimate atheistic discovery. You don't need a God to give you immortality. You are immortality. The believer is afraid of death because he thinks he has to earn his place in heaven. The atheist is afraid of death because he thinks it is the end of his I. The mystic laughs at death because he has already seen that the I is a fiction. When the I is gone, death has no target. It is like an arrow trying to hit the sky. It passes through and finds nothing. My beloveds, we are at a crossroads in history. The old religions are dying. The old God is a corpse that is stinking up the planet. The atheists have done a great service by exposing the corpse. But now we must bury it. We must move on. We must create a new earth and a new humanity. This new humanity will be based on honest inquiry and silent meditation. Do not be satisfied with labels. If you call yourself an atheist, you have created a new prison. If you call yourself a believer, you are already in an old one. Be a seeker. Be a vibrant presence. Use your doubt to cut through the lies and use your silence to discover the truth. The world is waiting for you to wake up, not as a Christian, or a Hindu, or a Muslim, but as a Buddha. As we end this talk, I want you to sit in silence for a few moments. Don't think about what I have said. Don't analyze it. Just let the vibe of these words settle in your heart. Feel the touch of the invisible. This is the only truth. This is the only Zen. This is the only way to be closer to God than any believer has ever been. By denying the object God, you have finally discovered the subject God, your own consciousness. Thank you for being part of this journey. Your search, your intensity, and your honesty have made this a magical sharing. If you want to dive deeper into the methods of meditation that turn atheism into mysticism, check out our ebooks and consider joining our community as a member. Your support helps us keep this lion's roar echoing through the digital wilderness. Please comment below with your thoughts. Are you ready to move from the no to the silence? Let us discuss, let us share, let us grow together. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. We are a family of rebels, and every new voice makes our sound stronger. Be a light unto yourself. Appo Deepo Bhava. The God you were looking for is currently looking through your eyes. Don't miss him by looking for him somewhere else. Goodbye for now, but I will see you in the silence.